все нормально?
Как слышите меня из ПХО?
До связи.
Так, я ПХО, докладываю. Два комплекта спецотверток и спецключей подвязаны шнурами возле БСС. Есть также два сенсора сброса, две заглушки бортовых колодок. БСС 2 закреплен, блокеры закрыты, все 4 баллона открыты. Суммарное давление 350.
Принято. И, может быть, я прослушал аварийные кислородные шланги от БСС. С них заглушки сняты.
Да, аварийные шланги здесь подвязаны со шнурами, под резинкой, заглушки с них сняты.
Принято. И часы заведены, работают на поле.
Так точно, часы заведены, работают. Текущее время 12:41.
Принято. Все. Окончательный осмотр скафандров и БСС ПХО мимо выполнен. Можно в скафандрах закрыть шторки ранцев и на кольцо. Еще есть один важный пункт. К скафандрам надо подойти. Должен быть доклад о правильности подстыковки гермоперчаток.
Геннадий первый проверял это. Первого все правильно, зазор меньше миллиметра превращения.
Принято, Олег, хорошо.
Стопорный скоба стоит.
Принято. Стопор закрыт. И сейчас, Олег, можно подстыковать разъем вот этот к американской ТВ-камере, который там около шлема. Да, можно сейчас. Его можно прям перед входом в скафандр подстыковывать, но можно и сейчас. Проверьте, что камера подключена.
Хорошо, мы тогда и то проверим. Хорошо.
Да, на обоих скафандрах можно вот эти разъемчики подстыковать.
Так, у второго на правой руке перчатка подстыкована правильно. Зазор равномерный. Замок закрыт, предохранительный замок также закрыт.
Принято.
Внутренние язычки FT заправлены пальцем.
Принято. Олег Николаевич. Олег, Николай, ответьте ЦУПу Москвы, Г-20. Они...
У второго левая перчатка подстыкована правильно, зазор равномерно, замки закрыты, основной замок предохранителя.
Ну, хорошо.
Направлены в каждую сторону пальцев, правда поставлена где простоит.
Принято, Николай. И насчет вот этого разъема P1G1 для американской камеры, ты слышал, что можно его подстыковать?
Я сейчас подключаю, да, слышал, я выполняю.
Я разъем подстыковал, ребу включил, значит, зеленый светодиод есть на обеих телекамерах.
Принято.
Олег, ну, тоже горели, ребу отключили.
Да, вот я как раз хотел сказать, что рибу отключить в конце надо. Принято, спасибо. Олег, в общем, по твоему скафандру все. Слушай, Николай. Николай, помеха была. Ты что-то доложил? Николай, был перерывчик связи, вот связь появилась сейчас.
Второй разъем проверил, включил рибу, свет работает, обе камеры, зеленые светодиоды загораются, рибу отключил, разъем оставил стыкован.
Принято. Ну хорошо. Олег, Николай, вам обоим как бы работы со скафандрами закончены. Можно дальше по циклограмме уходить со связи сейчас. Большое спасибо. У нас все нормально.
Принято. Спасибо. Хорошо. Идем дальше.
Houston Station on 2 for TOCA. Houston Station on 2 for TOCA.
With you on 2, Andy.
Hey, just want to check if steps 1 and 2 are complete and if I can pick up at step 3.
And Andy, you are go at step 3.
Okay, thank you.
And Andy, we are ready at your convenience for your unscheduled PMC.
Okay, copy. Let me just finish this.
Huntsville Station on pitch on 2 for Snowcat.
Hey, Jaws, Huntsville's with you on 2. So for field of view, if you don't mind zooming in a little bit more and maybe getting some lighting, that would be great for us. And you are go in step 3.
Copy. Huntsville, is that a better view or do you need more light?
And Jaws, we're checking on that field of view. If you don't mind, let's switch over to Space to Ground 3 for feedback we're getting.
station on 2 for conference.
With you on 2, Andy.
All right, we're all here ready for our conference. I've just logged into VC with my name on SSC 16.
SSC 16, we copy. Privatize it. Copy 1006.
Пока слышишь меня из лицов, из мимо, дела, никак не привезу. Куда нет? Запаску ВСГ-2.
Принимаем.
Отлично. Дим, я в МИМ-2. Так, на пол включен. БНП. 360.
Хорошо. 360. Текущее давление в МИМе-2 какое, Олег, по мануфактуру?
Так, посмотрим. 757.
5-7 принято. Хорошо. Ну и доделаем, Олег, с тобой фрагмент 1 до конца.
Хорошо, КВД не горят, они открытые. Включаю скафандр 1-2. Включил 1, включил 2. Давление 757 доложил. Защитный чехол с выходного люка сняли, перенесли. Выключаю В1, В2.
Принято. Хорошо.
В1, В2 выключен.
Принято.
И отключаю МИМ-2. ИМПО отключен.
Хорошо. И, Олег, я правильно понимаю, что Коля тоже с тобой? И в целом мы можем начинать работать по фрагменту 2. Хорошо. И будем с вами ходить в скафандры. Сориентируйте, кто первый будет, кто второй.
Николай первый, я второй. Так, мы открываем фрагмент 2.1, правильно?
Да, ну мы открываем фрагмент 2.1, и там мы сейчас начнем включать микро-ВМ скафандра в работу. Берем фрагмент 0 на 2 листах и по нему идем.
Фрагмент 0. Так.
Такой отдельно соединенный, там фрагмент 0 первый лист и фрагмент 0
вот
второй лист.
В стороне летает. Так. Электрофалы, по-моему, мы не отстыковывали. Электрофалы подстыкованы.
Колодки также подстыкованы.
Питание у нас борт стоит. Питание борт. Пульс включен, скафандры включены. Утечка в меню звук. Войти в главное меню. Так, входим в главное меню, Дим.
Входим круглой кнопкой на пульте спереди в главное меню, выбираем с помощью «да», «нет» процедуры, говорим «да» и выбираем начать шлюзование, говорим «да». И у нас с вами начнется автоматический контроль.
Процедуры.
Так, проверка исходного состояния.
Начать шлюзование. Да.
У нас сейчас исходное состояние перебирает параметры, и в конце должно появиться исходное состояние в норме, и дальше вопрос, контрольный опрос провести, говорим «нет».
Получил в норме.
Далее. Коль, как у тебя?
Провести.
Нет. Ответил нет.
Хорошо, оба ответили «нет». Принято, Коль, у тебя войти. Олег, и у тебя тоже такой же экран, войти в СКА, да?
Да.
Так, ВСС перевожу.
Здорово.
ВКД, правильно?
По команде пока не надо, чуть попозже.
Хорошо.
Так, смотрите, теперь нам с вами нужно обоим
Now,
включить
both of you
рибу на
have
скафандр.
to deactivate RIBA on the suit and then check activation of ERCA and HECA with momentary flip of the switch. Then you turn off the cameras and leave the RIBA on. Okay, RIBA on EV1s.
Так.
Две камеры включаются, зеленый лампа.
Okay, both cameras are on, 2 green LEDs. Okay, good.
Здорово, теперь,
Excellent.
Коль, начинаешь.
Now, Nikolai, start ingressing the spacesuit.
Посмотрите, что на пульте абонента МИН-2
Before doing that, check that on MRM2 COM panel you have the correct config, all the keys are pressed. Okay, I have channel 2 on, speaker off, and transmitter is on, pressed. Copy. Good. Now, Nikolai, let's start ingressing. First of all, make sure that the KVO and the COM cap are donned without folds or kinks. Inaudible. Okay, move the cap back. Okay, I have the cap on. Copy. Okay. Lace loops on the feet and the hands are on the toes and fingers. Confirm. Copy. Now, our next step is mating the cooling garment to the suit and make sure connections are mated nominally. Okay, one connector is mated. Second is mated. Full test. Good. Okay, now let's connecting biomed. Then secure both connectors in the chest pocket on the inner liner. Inward.
Еще раз посмотри, пожалуйста, правильно понимаю, что на обоих скафандрах чехлы с ботинок сняты, да?
Make sure that covers, spacesuit covers, are off on both Orlans. Affirmative. Although it would be nice to have some extra warmth.
Когда разъемы в кармашек уложишь...
Okay, connectors are stowed in the pocket.
Посмотри, микрофоны у тебя хорошо стоят? В принципе, слышно тебя хорошо, помнишь, да?
Okay, please check COM cap microphones. I do hear you well, but it wouldn't hurt to check. Okay, mic's in good position. All right. On PO5, activate main pump and main light and backup pump. Okay, backup pump off. Fan on.
Принято.
Copy.
Ребят, кому удобнее на пове МИМ-2 нажать режим ТОУ включить?
And guys, whoever is able to do that, please, on the EVA support panel, MRM2, press the TOW button.
Тут пока холодно. Сразу холод пошел.
We feel the cool air right away. As for the medical data, telemetry from the spacesuit, is everything fine? So far, so good. We did not hear any comments from the medical personnel. Okay, that's fine then.
Да, включили.
Did you activate tow heat exchanger mode? Yes, we did. Nikolai, you have a go to
Уже практически.
don the spacesuit to enter the spacesuit. I'm practically inside.
Какие?
Затрос на крючок.
Okay, so the hooks a little bit forward
Поверхности герметизации были чистые.
so that all the surfaces, should be checked that they are clean and no foreign objects on them, and also that all the pipes are there. Yes, actually you can seal
И потом герметизируем скафандр ручкой и ручку нашли.
Right, so you will do the final sealing of the spacesuit with the use of the handle. Please locate the handle. Yes, it's in work.
Трос на крючке.
So the cable is on a hook. It is locked now.
И закрываем, герметизируем скафандр.
And seal the spacesuit. Yes, it is sealed.
Ребят, и вот на БСС надо сейчас
And on
поставить
the
два открытого КД, кому удобнее.
interface unit, the O2 open EVA should be set. So who is more, for whom it is more convenient? Okay. Are you feeling fine? Yes, I think the cooling is fine. Nikolai, I hope you saw what I did for you, and you will have to do it for me as well. All right. So could you please enter the setting O2 open EVA? Okay. And adjust it here. Nikolai, so the backup pump and the prime fan is on. Yes, and the prime transmitter is pressed. No, nothing is pressed there. Okay, you should activate the prime transmitter. Okay. Now it is pressed. Copy, so EV2 is in the spacesuit, and now Oleg, it is your turn. Yes, I am already entering, donning. Don't forget to remove unintelligible. Yes, it has already been removed. Yes, and the Parus hardware has green LED on. Yes, and I connected the medical panels. Okay, so the it should be in the pocket. Yes, and also could you please check all the connectors?
Возможен небольшой перерыв связи.
We might have a small, a short LOS. So if there is LOS, we can continue working. You can continue working with the spacesuit. Don't forget to activate prime pump, prime fan, and also the prime transmitter. And okay, so a prime fan and prime pump are on. Okay, Kostya, please check the push to talk button. Yes, it is. The prime transmitter is on. All right, sounds good. So I am entering the spacesuit. Okay, now I will have to mind my shoulders. So when Oleg is in the suit, could you please adjust the LCG strips on his shoulders, and before you seal the spacesuit, make sure that all the sealing interfaces of the Orlan are clean, no foreign objects there. Okay, will do. Yes, now you can do the adjustment on the shoulders. What about the pipes? Are they fine, do you think, Oleg?
И после того, как расправим все, трубки
After you
закрываем ранец за трос. Трос на крючок.
Align everything, you can close the backpack and then seal the spacesuit with the help of the handle. Okay, it is normal. What about arms? How are they? Yes, fine. Now you can close it. Yeah, so use the hook to close it.
Трос на крючок.
Yes. Now tighten it up.
Герметизируем ручкой.
And now seal the spacesuit with the help of the handle. Okay, close the handle.
Захватил ролик?
Okay, what about the roller? Did it fit in?
Так, вошел.
Yes. Okay, so this spacesuit is filled and closed. Okay. Could you please make sure that it is tied with the rail?
Вот здесь, да, где твоя рука.
Она касается, еще одна плоскость, она касается.
Да, все, хорошо.
Okay, yes, I couldn't see it from my position. I think it is nominal.
Так, Кость, потом нас придешь, поднимешь.
Kostya, you will have to raise us up later on. Okay?
И правильно понимаю, что, Коль, у вас вид дисплея в верхней строчке O2 открыто ВКД.
Okay, so in the upper line of the display you have O2 open EVA. Is it correct? And also, what about the BSS readings? 1500 atmospheres is the reading.
Счетчики у обоих слева есть, да?
And you have sensors.
Поднимемся из-за мини-напора. То есть Костя сейчас нас переведет.
You know, we won't be able to raise ourselves. So, Kostya, you will have to help us. Okay?
БСС, как вы планировали работать на шлюзование. И еще, Кость, посмотри, пожалуйста.
Also, Kostya, could you please double check that EVA1 handle is secured?
Да, я помню.
Yes, I remember to make sure that the handle is secured.
Да, я зафиксировал.
Yes, I secured it.
Принято.
Copy. Sounds good.
Олег, тогда размещайтесь аккуратненько.
Okay, Oleg and Nikolai, so make yourself comfortable. And when you are ready, we can start the press. Okay, Kostya, could you please place us in parallel to each other? Okay. And Nikolai, your legs. Well, you know, I have to go a little bit downwards. Could you please check that electrical umbilical is fine? Nikolai, also the adjustable tether. No. Okay, so adjustable tether should be on unintelligible. Swap them places, okay? Is it fine like that? So I'm not pushing onto anything, Kostya? No. No, actually there is a lightning fixture here. But, okay, Nikolai is ready. Okay, and so please make sure that I do not break anything here.
Я вот не знаю,
Okay, both of you have the legs pressed against the structure. Now you need to reach the handles. Kostya, what is pushing me towards V2? It keeps pulling me towards EV hatch 2. I think it's the umbilical connector harness that's pulling you.
не знаю, нет, она как бы в стороне. Но она разгибается, да, под.
Well, it is kind of straightens up and pushes me up here. Okay, so yes, it makes you turn a little bit. Now I think I'm ready. Okay, so good luck to you guys. Thank you, Kostya.
Так, ну что, нормально стоите?
Okay, so you are now comfortable. Dima, can I activate the light? I mean this spacesuit light. Yes, you have a go. Okay, so my light is on, and I can see the FV pressure gauge. All right, now let's open Q card number 3. Okay, guys, again, good luck to you. Kostya, don't go far away, because we will need to do first the preliminary leak check, so don't go far away. Okay, I am here, I am close by. All right, so Q card 3 is open. Okay, so it is step 3, Orlan and BSS control checkout. Okay, so O2 open EVA, LED is on. So the power is from on board, and prime fan and prime pump are on, and the push button is pressed. Okay, so the Aster is deactivated, and warm hold is in the mid position, and the tank okay, so the regulator prime copy. Okay, so the tank should be transitioned to the backup one. Now, what about mirrors here? Okay, the tank. On my spacesuit, tank is prime, and the same is for me. And the regulator is also prime. Copy. Now, TO is deactivated. The warm code handle is on position 6. Well, we did not activate heat exchanger yet, so it is not illuminated. Well, you know, it's very important that the LED is illuminated. I didn't send this command for TO. What about TO LED? Is it on? No, it is not. Oh, now the power of TO is on, illuminated. Koля, once you feel the cooling flow starts, you can turn the warm cold handle into comfortable position. I'm ready for step 4. Okay, copy. Nikolai, so the repress is still 0.12, and then we'll have a preliminary leak check. Okay? The repress started, okay? Okay, 0.06. 0.006. 0.1, and it is 0.4 on the display. Okay, so please monitor the display. Okay, 0.10, 0.11. Okay, close it now, all right? So you will have to do the stabilization, and the counter should be set for 1 minute. All right? Now, you will see the option on the screen, press yes, and there will be also the session for 30 seconds, the check for 30 seconds, and please make sure that it is not more than 2 marks, delta. Okay, copy. It is kind of more inertial, right? It starts very slow, You know, it's not inertial. Actually, this is more powerful. You know, I mean the flow. All right.
Хорошо. По окончанию, если у нас с вами за 30 секунд...
If in 30 seconds there will be less than half increment, then please press yes option on the screen. I have just one increment, one mark, and it is kind of moving very slowly, crawling. Okay, for myself it is 1.5 increment. All right, so choose the yes option on the screen. Okay, yes, it is done. So, Oleg, could you please let Kostya go to PHO to do the closure operations, okay? And we can start working step 4.4. It is PHO assumerum to hatch closure. Okay, got it? All right, starting activity on hatch closure. Step 4.4. Okay, I wiped the interface surfaces with the towel. Okay, so the black is on top and the yellow is underneath. Okay, now I will set it in the middle.
Николай.
Nikolai, yes, go ahead.
Давай поставь кран тепло-холод.
Okay, could you please install warm cold switch to position 6 and we will monitor how the telemetry will react. If you feel the cooling, please report it. Actually, I am already in position number 6. Of course, we put it into 6 right away, and I felt the cooling and I put it in 3 on my spacesuit. Okay, I can feel cooling, but it's kind of gradual. Oleg, how do you feel? So, in what position is your switch? It is number 3 now. Okay, copy, Oleg.
Николай, как тебя там?
Nikolai,
Изменение, охлаждение.
what is the feeling regarding the change in cooling? You know, I feel that it is becoming cooler. You know, I feel it is there. It is different from the kind of one that I'm used to.
Ну, по телеметрии у нас как бы реагирует.
On the telemetry, we can see here on the ground that it changes, that it is decreasing.
Просто я подумал, вдруг там случайно разъем.
I thought that maybe the connector decimated accidentally, but in that case, we would have received different data. Yeah, I actually double-checked all the connectors. They all are tight.
Ладно, хорошо. Давай посмотрим. Да.
Okay.
Тихонько падает.
Sounds good. Yes, it is dropping, but very slowly. Okay, Pechaumerum 2 hatch is closed. This is Konstantin. Copy, Kostya. Thank you so much. And make sure that the cover is closed. Yes, it is closed. Yeah, we can see that. Kostya and Dima, we are ready to perform step 5. Okay. All right. So it is cue card number 3, step 5, Orlan and MRM to BSF final. Lit. Check. So it will have to press up to point 42 and monitor the display. Okay, in work. Point 1. Point 2 on my display. Point 24 on my display. Yes, this one is lagging behind my display. I mean, point 3, and on that one it is point 26. Oleg, your display is lagging behind a little bit, but please do everything as per the display. Okay. Point 4. Point 42, we are closing it. So the leg check is complete. Also the OPG weight you have there on the display. Yes, that's correct. Of standby. So after 1 minute of stabilization, press yes. And the delta should be not more than 4 increments of 4 marks over 1 minute. Okay, so we are actually ahead of the time schedule for 13 minutes. Okay, good. All right, it tells me to press yes, and I press yes. Okay, so the screen of standby should be, and now you have to monitor that the delta is not more than 4 increments. So for EV1 it is just 1 increment, and for EV2, could you please come again? EV1, just 1 increment. It was 1.5 increment in 15 seconds. Okay? 2 increments. Copy. Well, actually the norm is up to 4, so we are fine. Okay, it is 2 increments for me. Oleg, do you have 2 as well? Yes, that's correct, I confirm. Copy, so you choose yes on the display for PPG norm. Copy, will do. It is done. And now proceed to step 5.4. You will have to equalize the pressure, 0.4. Okay. So I am performing this step. The pressure is 0.2. Sounds good. 0.1.
так и сбрось, оставляем.
Каз сброси и
So, yes,
дальше пойдем работать по моей команде.
now acknowledge it and then proceed on my go.
004.
Point 004.
Сбросили, Дим?
Yes, we acknowledge it, Dima.
Это Олег, ну,
Олег.
в ИСС остается сброс СК и готовим пока фрагмент.
Now please prepare the cue card.
Хотел,
Five.
фрагмент 4.
Oh no, my apologies, cue card number 4.
Да.
MRM
До 550.
depress
И
to
начнем по моей команде,
550
хорошо?
millimeters and please start this depress on my go. Okay?
Держу. Дим, я ощущаю охлаждение.
Dima, now I feel the cooling and I think it is fine.
Это хорошо.
Temperature is comfortable. Okay, Коля, it's good that you have
Разбираемся и двинемся дальше.
cooling right now, so we can proceed.
Здесь вот попробую воткнуть. Я подержу на позицию.
Yes, I will hold it. All right, thank you.
Олег, ну что, продолжаем работу.
Олег, now let's continue working cue card 4, MRM2 depress to 550. Okay, so what is MRM2 pressure on pressure gauge now?
Давление 763.
763 millimeters. Okay, copy. Sounds good. Now please perform step 6. Then you will have the SO edge. So the pressure should go to 550 and then you will close the valve manually. Okay, in work. The SO valve is open. The depress valve SO is open. Copy.
Давление 700.
The pressure is 700.
Принято.
Copy.
550 там, да? 550.
So the
Давление
destination is 550. Yes, that's correct. So now it is 650. Copy.
Давление 600.
600.
550 закрыть. 570.
570, 560.
560 закрываю. Закрыто.
Closing at 560. Okay, there, so close. The pressure is 550. Okay, start 10-minute timer for MRM2 stabilization.
Окончание стабилизации. Хорошо.
And standing by for the stabilization to run out after 10 minutes. Copy.
По кольцу. Я все-таки снизу.
Use the ring.
Я за ручку, да, полезу за ручкой. Открывается, чтобы не меняться местами.
We're going to use the handle and Okay. In the meantime, you will open that, and this will enable us to close the rest of the hatch assembly. Okay, let's do it the way that is most convenient.
В течение 10 минут где-то увеличится давление в Мими-2 около 30 миллиметров.
At the end of the 10-minute interval, the pressure will go up by about 30 millimeters in MRM2.
Хорошо.
3 minutes have elapsed. Copy. 10 minutes elapsed. Negative. 7 minutes elapsed. 3 minutes left. Ten minutes elapsed.
Текущее давление в МИМИ-2 какое у нас сейчас?
What is the current pressure in MRM2? 572.
Это 572.
Copy,
И мы начинаем
572.
работу по шагу 7.
Go for step 7.
Герметичности люка ПХО и
Echo hash leak check in MRM2.
на контроль герметичности.
Start another 5-minute timer for leak check. Please note the initial and the resulting pressure on the mana vacuum meter.
Тех 3 минуты контроля прошло, текущее давление в МИМИ-2. Скажи, пожалуйста.
Okay, the timer has elapsed. What is the current pressure, please? 572.
Хорошо, 572. Мы ожидаем окончания 5 минут.
Copy.
Ребята, с вами пока можем готовить. Фрагмент 5, лист 1, шаг 8. Продувка скафандра, начало диспарации.
We can wait until the 5-minute timer runs out, and following that, we can proceed with step 8, purge, start of pre-breathe. Q card 5, sheet 1. Copy. Four minutes. 45 seconds left. Five minutes.
Ребят, 5 минут прошло, текущее давление.
Okay, please report the pressure.
572 принято.
572.
Миллиметров на контроле.
Copy, 572. Inaudible. Inaudible. Inaudible.
Идет помеха, ребят, вас плохо слышу.
I can barely hear you.
С вами работать по
Purge is in progress. Inaudible. Inaudible.
Можно ставить продувку.
You are go to place the control in purge mode. Copy. Inaudible.
И 5 минут.
Purge in progress. Purge timer started. How do you copy now?
Понял, что вы поставили в продувку.
Okay, I copy that you initiated purge.
И счетчик, убывающий с 5 минут до нуля.
Now,
И по окончании
please
счетчика у нас
watch the
ПСС-2 должно быть не меньше 200.
counter
Ребята,
run
я
down
вам
to
напоминаю,
zero.
на фоне продувочки будет, Коль, хорошо, если вы
At the end
аккуратненько в скафандре подвигаете
of
немножко,
5-minute
воздух,
period,
и
the
застойный
pressure,
активник заменить на
the level on the BSSO2 should be less than 250. And as these 5 minutes are counting down, please do some movements inside the spacesuit in order to inaudible. You gotta be very, very careful here.
Абсолютно аккуратненько, там не надо слишком больших движений.
Yes, please move carefully, no sudden movements, just some easy, smooth motion should be fine. Three minutes remaining. BSS showing 165 atmospheres.
Коля, Олег, а в каком положении кран теплохолд у вас просто нам для...
Oleg, Nikolai, what is the position of your hot-cold handle? Mine's on 3.
Это хорошо.
Copy.
Ребят, сколько в строчке ПО2 БСС? Сколько показывает? Дельта БСС 2.
Okay, what is the level in BSS on 2? I'm showing 248. 1 minute 45 seconds remaining. Okay.
И когда будут нули,
Once the timer runs to zeros, report
готовить фрагмент 5 лист 2.
the resulting value. Following that, prepare to execute Q card 5. One minute remaining. Delta BSS is 300 ATM. Copy. Purge is complete. Resulting value 357.
Принято, подтверждаю. Хорошо. Переводим в БСС положение дистрибуции сброса отсека.
Copy, confirm.
Счетчик.
BSS, please place BSS to the relief position.
Хорошо. И, ребят, скажите, если есть возможность, аккуратненько, не спеша,
And guys,
в пульте абонента МИМ-2 нужно кнопочку передачи отжать.
if you are able to, please unpress the transmit button on the COM panel. In MRM. Inaudible. Complete.
Кнопочка передачи отжата, спасибо.
So,
Сейчас находимся на
transmit.
этапе десатурации.
Push button is
Счетчик
unpressed.
убывает.
We are now
Наша задача
in
следить
desat.
за давлением в скафандре, если
Counter is
будет меньше, чем
decreasing.
0,2, то можно подпиться до 0,06.
Once it gets to
Вымываем азот.
less than 0.2, we'll wait until it drops to around 0.06.
Там по счетчику сколько осталось до окончания дистурации?
Okay, what do we see on the counter until pre-breathe end? 21 minutes, 45 seconds.
Принято. Хорошо.
Copy.
Station Moscow, space to ground 1 for Konstantin. Regarding Soj, life support system. Station Moscow, space to ground 1 for Konstantin.
Коля, скажите, пожалуйста, какое
Nikolai,
время до окончания дистракции?
what is the current time before the end of pre-breathe? 9:20. Dima, can you copy? 9:20. Okay, copy.
Мы сейчас с вами давайте проведем проверку.
Let's run the checkout of the pressure on from the panel in MRM2. You mean the bottles?
Переключателю давление низкое, да.
No, because the low pressure transducer, and then move the switch to the arrow position and read the reading, take the readings from the scale. Current reading. On the current scale, it should be 740. I believe it's 780. So RO 780, correct? No, probably 760. It's very poor visibility, and the scale is very small. Okay, move the switch to PHO position, and PHO reading is exactly the same.
Хорошо.
Okay?
Переводим с тобой переключатель в положение
Move the switch to ISO. SO. Okay, it's done. Is it 600? Is that correct? Affirmative.
Переводим с вами в положение БОТК.
Then move to BOTK position. BOTK 500.
Принято. И ставим второе положение отключено опять.
And now back to off OFF position. Done.
Принято, хорошо.
Copy, very good.
Костя, для Дмитрия пошлю за Ваню.
Now, Kostya, regarding depress, please check PHO pressure on the PHO panel. I'm ready. It's a difficult stage. Okay. Kostya, let's check that PHO panel is on and LED is illuminated. Is that correct? Let me take a look. Now prepare the lower pressure switch to move it to arrow and look at the lower scale, see the reading that will come up. Alright, the panel is on. Looking at the lower pressure switch. Pressure. In arrow 8, unintelligible. Would you please bring the mic closer to your mouth because we can barely copy you. Now, is it better now? Okay, the panel is on, the pressure is in arrow position, the pressure switch. What is the reading for the lower scale? 780. 780. There are two divisions. Should be 40. The division is 40 millimeters. Okay. The regulator is prime. Fan is prime. Pump is prime. Now move switch to PHO and monitor the pressure. We're waiting for the reading. 760. Unintelligible. Move it to SO position. And we'll be working this SQ card after the end of pre-breathe. Okay, change the switch position. It's also 760, 760. Copy. Now to BOTK. Please repeat. The last position we need is BOTK and repeat, report the pressure. Yes, BOTK 600. zero even.
Спасибо. Тогда дальше
Thank you.
позовем тебя чуть позже.
All right, then we'll call you a little bit later to work your card 6.
На дисплее до окончания декларации сколько осталось?
All right. How long do we have left before the end of pre-brief?
Олег, Коль, скажите,
Олег,
пожалуйста,
Николай.
текущее показание по счетчику по окончании декларации сколько
What is the
осталось?
current timer reading? How long do we have left? 3:53.
Хорошо, я правильно понимаю, что вы проработали по фрагменту 1?
Speaking simultaneously. Okay, copy.
Ну тогда по шагу 9.2 по моей команде.
All right, then we'll proceed with step 9.2 on my command. Okay? We still have pre-brief and the compartment depress. It's still there. Three minutes left. Okay. 1750 hatch closure. I believe we could do it earlier. Well, I hope so. Hatch opening.
Правильно понимаю, что вы
Do I understand correctly that you prepared your card 6? It's in front of you, and on my go, you'll be ready to proceed with the step. Yes. Very good. 2 minutes, 30 seconds left. One minute. Okay.
Хорошо, с опережением графика.
Okay, we're going ahead of schedule by about 8 minutes. 30 seconds left. Pre-brief complete. Pressure in the bottles 1033.
Хорошо. Время в прямой отсчет пошло, да?
So we're doing the direct count, yes. We go for 9.2. How about the injector position? Yes.
Injector.
Yes, flow selector to injector. The injector timer is running. Injectors are on.
Кинуть счетчик.
No,
появился, да?
scratch that. Scratch that.
Да.
Okay,
Хорошо, и можно
counter
открывать
working, yes.
КСД вручную.
And you
Включаете,
can
просто далее
open
шагом 30-40
КСД
миллиметров доклад
manually
давления в отсеке скафандра.
and report on the pressure in the suit compartment. It should be in the range of 0.35 to 0.4 because the SO is open, LED open is illuminated. Very good.
Скафандре 0.25.
0.25 in Orlan 2. Good reading. Pressure 500 in SO. Copy. Good reading. $450.
Принято.
Okay. What about suits? 0.38 in both Orlans.
Ну, это хороший прогноз.
This is a very good prognosis. That's a nominal positive pressure. So when we'll pass 300 millimeters, you can open KZ2 300 millimeters. Unintelligible. Open in KSD2. Okay, I can see it. KSD2 is open.
Хорошо. Сколько еще инжектор работать?
How long before injector stops working? 3 minutes.
Это вот счетчик справа на дисплее.
Okay. Pressure is 320.
Принято.
Copy. 350. We crossed 300 millimeters. Copy. Our next step is when the timer, 5-minute timer stops. When you see 0, you'll be able to open the air valve from the injector position to the off position. You mean close position?
Нет, я имею в виду, что по окончанию счетчиков по работе инжектора.
When the injector timer will expire, you can turn the injector off. Okay. We crossed 250 millimeters. Very good. What's the positive pressure in Orlans? 0.38.
Хорошо.
Good. Past 200. Copy. Injector has 1 minute, 40 seconds left. Copy. Past 150. Unintelligible. When do I need to close it? At 20 millimeters. We will close it upon the expiration of the timer time. Okay. And next step, when we'll have 20 millimeters on the pressure gauge, we'll have to receive the message that you will need to change the position to EVA, and when we receive that message, we'll be moving O2 to EVA. So, monitor injector timer. Okay, 20 seconds left.
Хорошо.
All right, the time elapsed, and we're turning off the injector. Okay. The valve to regulator to off, and the LED is now not illuminated. Is that correct? Yes. Very good. Proceed with the decay. Current pressure is 90 millimeters. What's the current pressure in our lungs? 0.38. 0.38. Copy, very good. And keep decaying. All right. O2 open to EVA. What's the current pressure on the pressure gauge? The current pressure is 68.
Хорошо. И вот такой же, еще рано, пока будем на 20.
Still wait. So we'll be molded into EVA at 20 millimeters. Is that correct? Yes. And Oleg, we're waiting for you to receive the same message. Which message?
Записано при давлении
to EVA, open EVA at 20 millimeters. Okay, understood. I thought there should be some other message right now. You should receive it before you reach 20. Pressure is 50. Copy. Millimeters. Copy. I received the message at 20 millimeters. The BSS should be in O2 open EVA position. Okay, sounds good. 35 millimeters. Good.
И дальше, Олег, при давлении по монооксиду 20 можно будет БС.
When the pressure reaches 20 millimeters, could you please enter the setting O2 open EVA? Okay. $30 millimeters, 30.
You are looking live at Russian modules on the space-facing side, on the Earth-facing side of the International Space Station, in which 2 Roscosmos cosmonauts are suited up, completing their pre-breathe procedures, ready to venture outside for a planned 7-hour spacewalk to reconfigure a leaked radiator on the nearby Naoka multipurpose laboratory module and to install and deploy scientific payloads. Good day from Mission Control in Houston and the International Space Station Flight Control Room. At this hour, Oleg Kononenko and Nikolai Chub are all set for an ambitious outing in the void of space, set to exit the Poisk airlock about 20 or so minutes from now in a revised spacewalk that will see them isolate the external radiator on Naoka that developed a coolant leak October 9th, and to conduct a thorough inspection of the leak site on that radiator. We'll talk more about that work in a moment. The two cosmonauts also plan to install a mini radar system with a synthetic aperture on Naoka and install a payload deployment mechanism from which a nanosatellite called Parus, the Russian word for sail, will be spring ejected to test solar sail technology. This will be the 268th spacewalk in support of International Space Station assembly maintenance and upgrades, the 11th spacewalk out of the International Space Station this year, the first for Expedition 70 crew members. Today's spacewalk will be the 6th for Kononenko and the first for that veteran cosmonaut in 4.5 years. His 5 previous excursions have totaled 32 hours and 13 minutes of spacewalking time. For Chub, who launched to the station last month, this will be his first spacewalk. Kononenko will wear the Orlan spacesuit bearing the red stripes as extravehicular crew member number 1. Chub will wear the Orlan suit with the blue stripes. He is extravehicular crew member 2. Both, as usual, will be equipped with helmet cameras to provide up-close and personal views of their work around the Russian segment modules. Kononenko's helmet camera will show the number 16 in the lower right-hand corner of your screen when we have those views. Chub's helmet camera carries the number 20. The radiator in question and an experiment airlock, and there's a great view of the Naoka module. That bulbous section at the top is the node module, Prishal, a multi-hatched docking port. Just below it is an experiment airlock, and just below that is the extended radiator that is the subject of interest for today's major activities that will occupy about the first 3+ hours of this planned 7-hour spacewalk. The radiator and the airlock were launched on the Rassvet module on the STS-132 mission of the Space Shuttle Atlantis in May of 2010. The radiator was removed from Rassvet and attached to Naoka during a spacewalk by Sergei Prokopyev and Dmitry Petelin back on May 12th. A month later, the radiator was filled with coolant from the fluid service reservoir that provides the 2 coolant loops that are the object of interest for today's activities. The coolant loops, the coolant loop number 2 is the active loop that is still functioning normally to provide regular coolant for the Naoka multipurpose laboratory module. The thermal loop that leaked the coolant back on October 9th is thermal loop number 1. Now, during the spacewalk, Kononenko and Chub will configure a series of valves both at the point where the external radiator attaches to Naoka and also at the coolant fluid servicer reservoir further nadir, or just below that, on the Naoka module. Both thermal loop number 1, the loop that leaked out, and thermal loop number 2, which is the current active loop functioning normally, will be isolated from the deployed radiator. Naoka has body-mounted radiators that flew attached that both loops will be using. Naoka has sufficient heat rejection to only use the body-mounted radiators. That external radiator is specifically designed to provide additional cooling, basically backup cooling, for payloads that will be in the Naoka module in the years to come, scientific payloads that will require additional heating. Right now, both external loops flow through both the body-mounted and deployed radiators. Only loop 2, the current active loop, will remain active until additional coolant is flown to refill the leaked loop, loop number 1, at a future date. Also, as part of the valve reconfiguration that will occupy the first section of today's spacewalk, the section of the active loop 2 in the deployed radiator will be connected to that fluid servicer reservoir to provide needed pressure compliance for changes in temperature and pressure over time, since that coolant in the loop will not be vented.
Yeah, I will call you in maybe 5 minutes.
There's a good view in the right-hand portion of your screen of the deployed radiator. Once the 2 cosmonauts, Kononenko and Chub, make their way outside of the Poisk airlock, in which they're completing the depressurization of at the moment. They will set up shop, get all of their tools and all of their other equipment. They will move first down to the Naoka module from Poisk and set up shop there for the inspection of the leaked radiator area. And for a variety of valve reconfigurations, there are a number of valves involved, basically closing 4 valves to that coolant fluid servicer for the external radiator and opening an additional series of valves that will ultimately isolate the external radiator from the rest of Naoka's cooling system.
Yeah, so it's not much space here. You know, I think it's fine.
To play it safe and with an abundance of caution, as a result of detailed analysis of the contamination risk after that coolant loop leak occurred on that backup radiator, the external deployed radiator on Naoka, NASA and Roscosmos teams worked diligently and agreed to implement procedures at the end of today's spacewalk to reduce any traces of coolant from entering the International Space Station. Through analysis, imagery review, and other testing, it was concluded that the quantities of contaminant entering the space station and any risk to station systems is negligible, expected to be extremely low, but mitigations were agreed to keep the risk as low as possible for the protection of the hardware inside the space station. So at the end of today's spacewalk, before re-entering the Poisk airlock, the 2 cosmonauts, as usual, will inspect their Orlan spacesuits and the tools used during the spacewalk to look for any signs of coolant that they may have acquired during the course of their work outside today, and they'll wipe off any coolant as necessary with towels that will be ultimately put in bags. The cosmonauts also will wipe down their suits and tools as usual after the airlock is repressurized to further reduce the introduction of any trace contaminants into the space station environment. And a filtration system will be activated for about 24 hours inside Poisk to remove from the atmosphere in the space station any possibility of any contaminant that they may bring inside that could harm any equipment in the space station. So a number of actions have been agreed to and will be implemented to ensure that there is no risk to any hardware inside the International Space Station at the end of today's spacewalk.
Activate. Okay, so you will have to deactivate your operating pump and fan first.
As we have mentioned before in previous Russian spacewalks, the elapsed time of the spacewalk is measured from hatch open on the Poisk module to hatch close, unlike a US-based spacewalk that is measured from the extravehicular mobility units being placed on internal battery power until the repressurization of the Quest airlock begins. So we'll be monitoring the exact start time, verifying that start time with the Russian shift flight director at the Russian Mission Control Center in Korolyov outside Moscow. You see there in a view from a balcony camera overlooking their space station control room. We'll be waiting for a firm confirmation of the start time of today's spacewalk.
28.8. It's the voltage, okay?
The 2 cosmonauts are running slightly ahead of schedule. The spacewalk was scheduled to begin at 12:55 p.m. Central Time. We expect the hatch to open a few minutes ahead of schedule. The 2 cosmonauts have just transitioned their Orlan spacesuits to autonomous power, basically battery power. So we'll be standing by for the word on hatch opening and the start of today's excursion.
The spacesuit EV2 also deactivated.
Here in Mission Control in Houston, the Orbit 3 team of flight controllers has just completed a handover from the Orbit 2 team that oversaw the first portion of the cruise day. Today's execute team, if you will, for the spacewalk is led by Flight Director Nicole McElroy, who is the second from the right on this screen. She is joined on console by spacecraft communicator David St. Jacques from the Canadian Space Agency, and Diana Trujillo, a new flight director, is also joined McElroy on console. She is at the bottom of the screen for today's spacewalk. Once again, a view of the Naoka multipurpose laboratory module On top is the Prishal node module, a docking port for multiple Russian vehicles arriving and departing from the International Space Station.
So I put the electrical umbilical away. Okay, Dima, the electrical umbilicals are dematted. Copy.
On the right of your screen, a good view of the Soyuz MS-23 spacecraft that was used as the ride to orbit for NASA's Laurel O'Hara, as well as Kononenko and Chub back in September. It is docked to the Rassvet module. That Rassvet module was the module delivered to the station 13.5 years ago. That also included the airlock and the radiator, the external radiator that is the subject of interest in the first portion of today's spacewalk.
Okay, the umbilicals are dematted for EV2. Do I understand it correctly that you have the timer on the left reading 0? Yes, and it's the same for the operator number 1. Okay, so ISS should be in O2 closed position now. EV2 EV2's BSS in the closed position.
As we stand by for the opening of the hatch to the Poisk module and the beginning of today's spacewalk, the International Space Station is flying into an orbital sunset to the south of Africa, about to begin a southwest and northeasterly trajectory in an orbit inclined 51.6 degrees to either side of the equator.
Atmospheres of 4. Okay, actually for me, EV1 it is 403. Now please close the electrical connectors with MLI caps. Yes, we did that. Sounds good. Now, guys, I wish you a very successful EVA, not eventful at all, and Kostya will help you with the hatches, and you will start slowly translating to the EVA hatch. We don't have to hurry because we are ahead of the cyclogram, okay? Okay, adjust it here a little bit. Okay, Dima Nikolai, good evening. Good evening. Sergey, can you please speak up a little bit? We did not hear you very well. Okay, I will adjust my headset and we'll try to speak up. What did you say?
Once again, Kononenko and Chub were suited up a few hours ago with the assistance of cosmonaut Konstantin Borisov inside the International Space Station. Borisov is monitoring space station activities from inside the Zvezda service module. The two cosmonauts completed a pre-breathe of pure oxygen a short time ago to cleanse nitrogen out of their bloodstreams, preventing any condition known as the benz or decompression sickness from occurring when they step out into the void of space.
Cover, the drive cover, it is in the operating position and it is installed. Nikolai, will it be convenient for you? Yes, it will be comfortable. Once you're ready, rotate it counterclockwise up to the hard stop and make sure that the rollers exit the guiding slots. Okay, yes,
The two cosmonauts are about to begin the procedure to open the hatch to the Poisk module, that is the airlock, also serving as a docking port for Russian vehicles.
Blowing out when the hatch is open. Okay, are you ready? have you performed the rotation to the hot stop? Not yet. One moment. It's not very convenient. Okay, let me help you, Nikolai. I will turn you around a little bit. Okay, can you see my left arm? Not yet. Okay, now I can see it. Unintelligible. Okay, you can give it to me then.
Once again, a good view of that deployed external radiator at the right-hand portion of your screen from the NAOCA multipurpose laboratory module. On the left, that's the Quest airlock, where U.S. spacewalks are staged from.
Yes, I'm ready. On you go.
And we're in a short handover between satellites on our tracking and data relay satellite system. You're looking at a view of the Russian flight control room, the International Space Station flight control room at the Russian Mission Control Center outside of Moscow in the town of Korolyov.
So we had a very short LOS, guys. Sergey, we are trying to turn here so that it is convenient for us to open the hatch. Okay, so I'm giving you the adjustable tether. With your left hand? Yes, with my left hand. Maybe I should turn around. Okay, yeah, let's try to do it. Okay, so did you work with the slab? Here, yes, I am ready to work with the lamp. Okay, is the hatch open a little bit? So yes, it is half open. Okay, so when I releasing the handle, it closes again. Could you please hold it in place? When you open the hatch completely, let us know. It will be the final hatch opening time for us. Okay? Well, I'm holding it, but the handle would go back. Maybe you should apply some more effort. Here you go. The hatch is open. Copy. So the time of the EVA start. Maybe I should move upwards. No, I won't be able to do it here. Is it okay, Nikolai? I do not understand what position should I take in order to egress. Okay, of course the camera is preventing me from that. It pushes against something. Well, I will try to acquire a vertical position.
And the hatch to the Poisk module now open. The official start time of today's spacewalk, 12:49 p.m. Central Time, 1:49 p.m. Eastern Time, a few minutes ahead of schedule. Kononenko and Chubb now have begun the 268th spacewalk in support of space station assembly, maintenance, and upgrades, 12:49 p.m. Central, 1:49 p.m. Eastern Time.
Copy. I will do it. Yes, you're go to install the protective ring. Copy in work.
The first order of business will be for the two cosmonauts to install a protective ring. This is basically a mechanism that is installed on the circumference of the hatch to prevent any micrometeoroid debris hits to the hatch seals themselves on the Poisk module. Chub will be the first to exit the Poisk module, adapting to space conditions on this, his first spacewalk. The two cosmonauts then will take out of the Poisk airlock two bundles of hardware, including the Parus nanosatellite, as well as the other hardware that they'll be using for the inspection, valve closing, and documentation of the external radiator on the Naoka module as they move into place a short time from now.
All right, so I have installed it already.
Today's spacewalk is expected to last about 7 hours in duration. The first 3 hours or so will be devoted to the work to reconfigure a series of valves to isolate the external radiator that leaked out on October 9th from the prime cooling loops that are servicing the body radiators on the Naoka module itself that are operating just fine.
Yeah, I will try to turn it once again, like that. Standby 1. Where is the joint here? Okay, you are trying to rotate it in the opposite direction. Yes, that's correct. Now let us turn it clockwise a bit. Okay, finished. All right, we have installed protective ring. Copy. Okay, so we have installed the protective ring, and we worked with, there is no more slack, and the hatch is secured. And Nikolai started the egress. Okay, so the adjustable tether should go first, Nikolai? Okay, the short tether should go first, Nikolai. Okay. Yeah, copy that. Of course, that tether was a bit too high. All right. So, Nikolai, you go to egress, to go out of the hatch. Okay, so the fixed length tether is secured. Copy, Nikolai, you go out of the hatch. Okay. I am outside, and now I am securing the adjustable length tether. You are outside? Yes. And
you're hearing the interpretation of conversations between flight controllers at the Russian Mission Control Center outside of Moscow. You're looking at a live view from a balcony camera of their flight control room, talking to Oleg Kononenko, who has begun the 6th spacewalk of his career, and Nikolai Chub, his cosmonaut crewmate, beginning the first spacewalk of his career. The Poisk hatch opened at 12:49 p.m. Central Time, 1:49 p.m. Eastern Time to begin today's planned 7-hour spacewalk. The two cosmonauts will be isolating the external radiator on the Naoka multipurpose laboratory module that leaked coolant back on October 9th from the other external thermal loops that are servicing the body radiator on Naoka, which is operating in perfect fashion to provide coolant for the module. They'll also inspect the location, the presumed location of the radiator leak, and document imagery, both still photography. We hope to see something from their helmet cameras as well. They'll be installing a payload adapter on Naoka, upon which a mini radar system with a synthetic aperture will be mounted for scientific investigations. And later on in the spacewalk, they'll deploy a nanosatellite called Parus, the Russian word for sail, as part of a solar sail space experiment.
So if you are ready, guys, you can start taking out the bundles. Oleg, Nikolai, if you need the lights on your helmet, you can activate them. You can switch them on. What should we switch on, Gennady? Come again? Your helmet lights. You know, you can start with the Orlan lights first. They are on already. Okay, copy that. So your camera is deactivated. It is installed in place. Okay, are you ready, Nikolai? Yes. So the first bundle is being taken out. All right. So I have one hook in my hand. I'm holding it.
The two cosmonauts making their way outside of the Poisk airlock with all the equipment that they'll bring over to Naoka, the International Space Station, flying 260 miles over the Indian Ocean on a trajectory from southwest to northeast.
Yes. Yes, so we have taken out the bundle. So what exactly were you talking about? I'm talking about Parus hardware. Yes, of course, we activated it before we donned our gear. Yes, yes, we activated it when we were inside. All right, so the first panel is out. Now we are taking out the second panel. Okay, copy. Okay, so number 19 bundle is outside, and now it is the 20 bundle, and I secured it on the gap spanner. Okay, and we are now taking out number 20. So the first hook is on the rail of this bundle. All right, pull it out. It is going in the wrong direction. Slow down, Nikolai. Okay. So the panel number 2 is outside. All right, copy. Okay, the second kit, optical bundle, is outside, and it should be secured with 2 equipment tethers. Have you secured it with 2 equipment tethers, guys? Yes. Different rails according to the rules. Okay, copy. Okay, for your knowledge.
On P3, we have first tether, and the second tether is attached to an SM handrail, but I cannot read the number. Okay, Nikolai, let me take a look. Okay, the small hook isn't going to work. Hand me a large hook. Enter. We are taking out the Parus. Copy. Concur. All right. Okay, let me put this on. Okay, Parus is tethered on my large red. Parus is outside on a hook. Copy. Are you holding it? I'm holding. Okay, crew lock back. Okay, Parus is out. Nikolai, go ahead. It is secured. Okay, can you secure it with the safety tether on the handrail where my hand is? Okay, Paros is secured on the exterior. Nikolai will direct it towards the payload adapter. Copy. Okay. Next one is the crew log back bundle. Okay, we're taking it out. Okay, let me turn around. Okay, I'm holding it. Okay, crew log back will go towards Paros, the same direction. Okay, use the large hook. Okay, let me first put it in place. I had it a little rotated. Okay, make sure I'm able to egress. Hold on. Okay, Paros is on 2 attachment points. Affirmative. Okay, we need to unhook this one.
Для Олега и Николая, когда...
For Oleg and Nikolai.
Олег, Николай.
Олег, Nikolai.
Переведите кран тепло-холод.
When possible, place hot-cold switch to 0. Verify handle, thermal control handle in middle position, and go to inlet. I would like to remove the tether from the Paros. We had a small LOS. Sergey, my hot cold is at 0. Tether is on and the handle is in the middle position. Okay, copy. Okay, taking out the payload adapter. Hold on. Paros is on handrail 6035, secured with 2 tethers in the nominal location. And we are pressing on, taking out the crew log back. Yes, Nikolai, we concur. Okay, I am tethering. Okay, hold on, I still have to tether the crew log back. Okay, 1 is done. Okay, this is not really convenient. Well, better get used to it. Okay, got 2 attachment points. Let's move it over there. Okay, crew log back is outside. Nikolai is going to place it in the position, and then we'll start with the adapter. I'm attaching the adapter to the suit on a hook, and then I'll pass the hook to Nikolai once the crew log back is secured.
This is Mission Control Houston. About 16.5 minutes into today's spacewalk by Oleg Kononenko and Nikolai Chub, the 2 cosmonauts outside of the Poisk airlock, spacewalk beginning at 12:49 p.m. Central Time, 1:49 p.m. Eastern Time. The two cosmonauts are moving all the equipment that they will use during today's spacewalk into position so that they can carry all of that gear to the Naoka Multipurpose Laboratory Module on the Earth-facing side of the International Space Station, where they will do most of the work today, not just the work involving the external radiator on the Naoka module, but also the installation and deployment of scientific payloads.
We see your KVO is at 10 degrees. That's pretty low. Well, I'm actually actively working right now, and I'm ready to activate it. Hot cold is at 3. Yeah, your cooling garment is at 10 degrees. That's too low. Okay. Okay, warm, cold, switch is at 0. Oh, this one, yeah. You put it in this position on purpose? Yes, I'm fixing it now. Ready to take the adapter. Okay, I need to do these additional lights. It's a little dark here. Nikolai, how about I turn on the cameras? Moscow. Go ahead. Sergey. Can I turn on Nikolai's cameras while he's nearby? Oleg, negative. Only once both of you have a complete egress, we will turn on the cameras. Okay. All right. Do it from the bottom. Okay, got it. Well, as long as it does not interfere with my egress. All right, it's on. So
the cosmonauts are in the process of activating helmet cameras on their respective Orlan spacesuits to provide us with an up-close and personal view of their work outside of the International Space Station throughout the course of the day. Just to recap the work that's coming up with the external radiator, the two cosmonauts will configure a series of valves both at the point where the external radiator attaches to Naoka and also just below that at the coolant fluid servicer. It's basically a reservoir for coolant that is nadir on the Naoka module itself. Both of Naoka's external thermal loops, loop number 1, which leaked out on October 9th, and loop number 2, which is an active loop, still servicing the body radiators to provide coolant for the module. Both of those two loops will be isolated from the deployed radiator through a series of configuration of valves. Naoka has the body-mounted radiators that flew attached to the module when it launched 13.5 years ago that both loops will be using. Naoka will have sufficient heat rejection to only use the body-mounted radiators, that external radiator that we'll be seeing later on in the views once we regain our view in daytime outside of the International Space Station. That external radiator was attached to Naoka back on May 12th during a spacewalk by Sergei Prokopiev and Dmitry Petelin, and later, about a month later, that radiator was filled with coolant from the fluid servicer reservoir. They'll be doing a detailed inspection of the leak site on the radiator to try to determine what may have happened that caused the coolant to leak out of the radiator, that external deployed radiator, back on October 9th. Right now, both external loops, loop 1 and loop 2, flow through both the body-mounted and the deployed radiators. Only loop 2 will remain active until additional coolant is flown to refill loop 1, the leaked loop, at a future date. As part of the valve reconfiguration that they'll be conducting, the section of the active loop 2 in the deployed radiator will be connected to that reservoir, the fluid servicer, to provide needed pressure to changes in temperature and pressure over time, since the coolant in that loop will not be vented. So the isolation of the deployed radiator from the external thermal loops is first on tap for the two cosmonauts today, following a detailed inspection of the radiator leak location on that external radiator.
To prevent contact with the hatch. No, you can release. There's enough safety tether to control. Okay. All right. So now position the adapter on the Strela. Okay, one adapter is tethered to my safety tether, and I am taking the second adapter tether under the handrail. Okay, now
The cosmonauts in the process of attaching all of their payload hardware to a Strela boom. That's the Russian word for arrow, a telescoping boom that they will use to maneuver themselves from the Poisk module over to the Naoka module, which will be their work site for the bulk of today's activities.
Inaudible. Okay. Okay, Strela is right here. Getting pretty hot. You're hot? I'm feeling pretty cool. I guess it's the moonlight making it warm. Alright, are you attaching it? Yes. Okay, one end is attached. Okay, where did you attach it to? The mobile link on Strela. Copy. It's better to do this during the sun orbit. Oh, you got plenty of lights there, right? But the field of view is not sufficient. Okay, adapter is on the mobile link with two tethers. And the slack removed? Not yet. In progress. Okay. On one tether, slack has been removed. I don't think we'll be able to tension it, but we'll be holding it. And this way we can use safety tethers to secure the adapter. And it's done. Slack is removed. Okay, Nikolai, we copy. Is there a way to attach one tether to the operator post? I can't judge the distance to the operator post, but I will give it a try. The UFA side is towards the operator post? Affirmative. Okay, copy. I see the operator post. I'm nearby. Let me see if I can tether to it.
Our first helmet camera views of the work being performed by the cosmonauts outside of the International Space Station. Almost 28 minutes into today's planned 7-hour spacewalk, the cosmonauts are setting up their equipment for transfer from the Poisk module to the Naoka multipurpose laboratory module, and the first work associated with today's activities, that being the configuration of valves to isolate the leaked external radiator on Naoka from the rest of the thermal coolant system that is keeping the Naoka module nice and operational and in the proper temperature.
Okay.
Naoka being cooled by the body radiators that it was launched with. The external radiator is essentially a backup radiator to provide additional coolant and cooling for the module for the future use of scientific payloads that will come online in the months and years ahead.
We'll manage those two together. So yeah, you can actually proceed. Yes, it's already in progress. I'm heading there.
The view from Nikolai Chub's helmet camera. He is extravehicular crew member number 2 in the first minutes of the first spacewalk of his career.
Is the heat rejection working for you? Well, I'm working now, so it's actually pretty warm. All right. Then place the manual handle to position 3 for a little bit, and once you've cooled down, put it back to 0. Okay, will do. STR is off. Lever is position 3. Oh, you don't have to turn off the STR. If ISR is on, the hot-cold switch should again be in the middle position. Okay, got it. All right. Okay, we are starting with the mini RSA. Okay, start taking it out. Make sure you mind the thrusters. Okay, first tether attached.
The mini RSA that you heard referred to in that translation communication, you're looking at Chub taking the radar synthetic aperture equipment out of the Poisk airlock and fixing it to a tether that will enable it to be transported over to the Naoka module, upon which it will be attached later on the spacewalk today.
Video from your cameras. Okay, where's the second tether? Okay, I see it. That's pretty bulky. All right, it's out. Okay, Napor is outside, and the electrical engines are intact.
Олег Дмитриевич, мы получаем картинку с ваших камер.
Oleg, we're getting video from your cameras.
Ну там что, будет в напор, что ли, да?
Inaudible.
Вот сейчас можно состыковать.
Okay, now you can connect it.
От меня отведи код двигателя.
Okay, can you move the engine away from me?
Оль, как будет у тебя возможность, можешь включить камеры на шлемные.
Nikolai, when you have a minute, turn on helmet cameras. I cannot do it right now. Okay, Napor is outside. Copy.
Ну что, Коль, сгинь туда, чтобы я тебя влево уйду.
Okay, Nikolai, head this way. Okay, let me turn around.
Так, вроде вывели все.
Looks like we got everything we needed out of the airlock.
Cosmonauts reporting that all of their equipment now outside of the Poisk airlock, that they will move over to the Naoka multipurpose laboratory module.
Talking, but
Once again, the prime objective today in this revised spacewalk is the isolation of the leaked external radiator on Naoka that leaked coolant back on October 9th, isolating it from the external thermal loops that are servicing the body radiators on Naoka, providing normal coolant for the multipurpose lab. They will also conduct a detailed inspection of the location presumed to be where the leak occurred back on October 9th.
Alec,
They will install this mini radar system with a synthetic aperture on Naoka later in the spacewalk once the radiator work is completed, and will install a deployment mechanism in which a nanosatellite called Parus, the Russian word for sail, is located. It will be deployed and will unfold two sail type arrays and be basically jettisoned from that deployment mechanism to conduct scientific work on solar sail technology.
yes, it's a lot better to do these large-scale ops in insulation. Talking at the same time. Okay, so I'm heading to the operator post. Affirmative, and I will pass the RSA to you, and once I join you, we will position it and attach it.
The International Space Station is currently orbiting 260 miles over the Bering Sea and soon will enter an orbital sunrise.
Yes, Krolak back and Parus.
We're about 35 minutes into today's excursion by Kononenko and Chub.
All right, adapter, Stella. Shall we insert from that side? No, from my side. We still have the lock capped. Sergey, first we need to get into position, then we'll deal with the cap on the lock. Copy. Okay, Nikolai, lower your sun visor. Complete. Did the same. Looks like we need to have it above the Strela. Okay, let's try. Let me get on Strela. I don't think you will be able to do it from above. Guys, coming up on 3 minutes of Raticom. Copy. The sun is really bright. Okay, mobile link. Let me attach to the mobile link. Yes, Nikolai. So adapter is below. Okay, we're going to put it on the side. I just need to get there.
The two cosmonauts are in the process of securing tethers to the base or monoblock, if you will, to the miniature radar synthetic aperture device, so it can be transported over to the Naoka module, upon which it will be installed later in today's spacewalk.
Okay, let me just assume the correct position. Oleg, Nikolai, how about a break? We're not tired. No need for a break. And once we're near each other, we'll turn on all cameras. So my cameras are on. Yes, your camera is on, Oleg. We are getting a video from it. Which one? Okay, we'll sort it out later. Okay, one camera is on. Heka is the one on the left or on the right? Okay, Nikolai, one. Let's get with the ops. One is enough. Okay, I got the Heka Heka camera on. Alright, I'm holding it, pushing it to the side. Okay, it's ideal if you put it on the mobile link from above. Oh, careful. It got caught on the satellite. Alright, it's clear. Inaudible. What about I take it over the top? Is not going to interfere with you? Alright, so it's in the top position. See the lock? Black mark.
Okay, I see the black marking. No, actually, I cannot, but I'm removing the cap. Okay. All right. Let's remove it first. I have a trash bag. Give it to me. Say it again. I'm holding trash bag. All right, then I will remove it and give it to you. Okay, I secured it with a large red. Removed. The black marking is directed down towards the hedge. And on Varus, it is actually facing me. In other words, I need to rotate it relative to this axis. Go ahead and rotate, only in the other direction. Will the tethers allow this rotation? Oh, okay, it fits now. All right, let's rotate. Okay, it doesn't want to come back. Koля, please rotate it back because it's snagged here. It caught the cable. I'm holding the adapter. Okay. But the tether is on the way right now. Let's rotate it then. Will you be able to rehook the tether? the center tether. Can you lower it? Wait a minute. This is the center. Right, and this is the one that wouldn't let me rotate it. Rotate now. Towards me. No, it's still on the way because it's below. Let me re-hook it. Hold on. Let me hook it. Now it's ready. All right, handing it to you. Okay, hooked it here. Something else is stopping it. But actually, I'm in a very advantageous position. But I will need to get close. Or I will have to turn around and rotate it in your direction. No, hold on, let me step back. Okay. All right. I disconnected one. Let me bring myself up. A bit more. A bit more. Okay. No. Are you holding it? When you will receive it, I will start rotating. Okay. Which way are we rotating? Towards me. That's how I understand it. Okay. Do you see the marking? Yes. So we need to switch to the gap spanner. Okay. Right now, the center is hooked to the gap spanner. Well, you know, I wouldn't call the radiator damaged. There are no holes in it, so I think it looks normal. Have you seen anything? No. I am ready. Let me rotate it. Okay. Let me grab it. Okay, let's start rotating. Do you see the marking? Yes, rotate it towards me and down. Kind of push it in my direction. Like this, is that okay? Do I need to rotate more? Yes, by about 30 degrees. Okay. Well, now no more than 3 degrees because it's being stopped now. Okay, it's in there. Hold on, I need to reach it. Let me get closer. No, that's fine. Is it closed? Let me check. Yes, I'm trying to pull it. It's closed. Sergey? Yes. So you closed the lock, right? Yes, the lock is closed, black on black.
45 minutes into the spacewalk by Kononenko and Chub, a view of the mini synthetic aperture radar system that will be installed on the Naoka module later in today's spacewalk, as the two cosmonauts make sure that it is properly affixed with tethers to move it toward Naoka, where it will be temporarily stowed, allowing them the time they need to address the leaked external radiator on that module, the multi-purpose laboratory module, Naoka. That external radiator leaked coolant back on October 9th. It is believed that all of the coolant leaked out at that time. It has not affected the cooling of the Naoka module, which is being cooled by its body radiators through the two thermal loops associated with Naoka.
In such a way
that deployed external radiator that was launched on the Rosviet module along with an experiment airlock in May of 2010, and which sat idle for the past 13 and a half years until it was installed during a spacewalk by Sergei Prokopiev and Dmitry Petelin this past May, and subsequently a month later was filled with coolant. That radiator is mainly designed to supplement the total heat rejection capability for Naoka for scientific payloads that likely will come online in the future. There are very few payloads active in Naoka right now, and the additional heat rejection is not needed. So the multi-purpose laboratory module is being cooled just fine through its body radiators. But the desire and the intent of the main objective of today's spacewalk is to isolate that leaked radiator from the rest of the thermal cooling system on the module.
Here it's all secured. Okay, then here, what we need to do is, well, I'm holding it anyway, but I need to secure it on my side. Now, where should we hook it to? To the main beam, but do not run it under it. To make sure that the tethers will not get entangled. Okay, so far I don't see. Well, you are holding at the mobile link. Yes. You see on the side. Slava, do you see it? All right, I secured it to the beam. Very good. Now we can attach Sputnik to the same point. All right, I'll be holding it. Did you secure Sputnik? Yes. Yes, where the wing nut is, where I tightened it. We need the large retina for the satellite. Okay, Sergey, the angle between the base and the adapter of the payload is about 150 or 60 degrees. It's not normal, it's not parallel. Yes, absolutely. Yes, the angle should be there. It shouldn't be normal, it shouldn't be parallel. Okay, understood. If you can, let's take care of your cameras. Can you turn both cameras on? One is already on, but right now, with one hand, holding the unit and holding the mobile link with the other hand. Okay. No, Sergey, let's wait. This is very inconvenient. Okay. So, but anyway, one camera is on. I think, but we did not receive any video. Okay, understood. Nikolai, when you have a chance, you have 7 degrees, cool it. That's a little bit too cold. Okay. Yes, at least move it to 2. Okay, right now I don't have a free hand. Okay, understand. The sun is so bright, straight in the eyes. Yes, the sun is really brutal. Okay. Oh, I lowered it down. There's so many tethers. Yeah, we need to take care of those towels. We have 11 tethers, and that's without hours on the suits. Okay. I don't know if it can be installed and aligned. Unintelligible. Sergey, what did you say? Okay, maybe you should install it on the handrail of the manual drive. Well, no room. And here, this thing is on the way. Do you see it? I was installing on the square.
This is Mission Control Houston. This view from one of the helmet cameras on the cosmonauts as they work outside of the International Space Station, some 54 minutes into their spacewalk today. Oleg Kononenko in the 6th spacewalk of his career. This view from Nikolai Chub's helmet camera, now almost an hour into the first spacewalk of his career. They are in the process of moving equipment and scientific payloads down to the Naoka module, where they will be attached and affixed temporarily, while the two cosmonauts attend to the configuration of valves to isolate a leaked external radiator on the Naoka multipurpose laboratory module, isolating it from the other coolant loops that are currently servicing Naoka, providing the proper cooling through its body radiators.
We could try on the side. Okay, I fit it through. All right, that's quite an impressive bundle. It looks great. Can you hold it for a second? Yes. Let me take care of this one first. What do you want me to hold? Napor?
And peering through the structure of the International Space Station, a view of the two Russian cosmonauts as they continue to secure all of the equipment and the payloads that they're in the process of moving down to the Naoka multipurpose laboratory module.
So did you manage to secure it with a couple of paros? Yes, it's on the adapter. We will be collecting the mobile link, and then we secure it without a slab. What about the cameras? The cameras are not working. Both helmet cameras on both suits are not working. How about we start taking care of it? Okay. Please. You need to cycle it. Turn it off and on. All right, I came closer. I turned one on. I don't see the green LED. Neither do I on your side. Okay. Did you activate Riva? Of course, and I checked it. One more time. Nope. How about now? I turned this one on when I was egressing, and I saw the LED on as well, but not now. Do you see it? No. And now? No. This one? This one is illuminated now, so I see one green LED, but I cycled it several times. Let me try one more time. Okay. Now you have two greens. Okay, so I turned it on. Let's try it one more time. No, Nikolai has no LEDs illuminated. How about the lights? Yes, the lights are on. Alright, because, you know, without activating Riva, we wouldn't have had the lights operational. The one that's above your forehead, the LED, it's now green. Yes, it is green. But again, it's blinking. It turned itself off, and now it's illuminated again. Okay. Okay, Sergey, so shall we keep wasting time on it? It doesn't work. I don't know why the LEDs are not getting illuminated. What did you say about the dropout? We had a very short dropout, but we understand, so. Oleg has two green LEDs. I only have the one above my forehead, but the HEPA LED does not go green. Alright, let's press on. We are 1 hour into the EVA. Well? Well, so far we spent about 5 minutes on that. Do we need to secure it? Is it okay? Yes, it's already secured. Very well. Alright, close it. Alright, we're about to start translating with a mobile link. Yes. Start with the hooking the equipment tether. Okay? Now, on the mobile link. So far, I'm the one hanging on it. All right. Yeah, indeed you do. Now, you need to rehook the hook that is currently attached to the Strela beam. I'm taking the adjustable tether. It's right here, connected to the beam, and the second hook that runs from the magnetic mechanical lock ball joint. It is now attached to the gap spanner. Alright. Now you need to use two adjustable tethers to carry the mobile link. Alright, so I need to remove it from the adapter, yes. Yes, this one has to be secured. Then let me secure it first, and then I will unhook the other one. The more security, the better.
Олег, скажи пару
Oleg,
слов, как у тебя тепловое состояние?
tell me about the temperature. Are you comfortable? So far, I'm comfortable.
Принято.
Copy. Where should we hook it to? I believe to these handrails. You see, we clamp them. We push them together.
This is Mission Control in Houston. 1 hour, 3 minutes into today's spacewalk. Kononenko and Chub now have secured all of the equipment, the scientific payloads that they will be installing on the Naoka multipurpose laboratory module later in the spacewalk today. The crew will shortly use the Strela telescoping boom to transport themselves to Naoka from the Poisk module. Kononenko will move to the coolant fluid servicer reservoir on Naoka, while Chub will move toward the interface where the external radiator is attached to the body of Naoka. That's the external radiator that leaked coolant back on October 9th.
Is that they always twist in the area of the lock.
Once they are at their respective positions on either side of that radiator, they will begin to work in tandem to configure a number of valves that will isolate the external radiator from the rest of the thermal coolant system for the multipurpose laboratory module that is being cooled by its body radiator, the radiator on the structure of the module itself that it launched with back in May of 2010.
And to Strela, what about the second one? Holding the second one. All right. I'm holding it. Do not pull it back yet. Any entanglements? No, I'm just loosening it, and as soon as I'll finish loosening, I will hook it to the ring right away. We need to attach our reds to the attachment points. Give me a second. It does not reach all the way to the end. Can you release this hook and attach it to the mobile link? You see that hook, right? So to the mobile link and closer to me. Oh my God, what a beauty. Right here, give it here. Okay? We have an attachment point, right? Let me rehook it. So it looks like. Okay, one. One equipment tether is secured. Sergey, can you hear? Yes, I copy you guys. Secured to the mobile link in the lock area. The other end is connected to the movable ring. No, the second one is attached to the beam. Yes, it's secured on the beam, correct. Now this one can be unhooked and reattached to the beam, right? Okay. Let me hand it to you here below, and can you hook it to the beam? Yes. All right. Okay, that's the first one. Where's the second? I can see it. This is the second one. It's in front of me, attached to the transportation ring. Well, what now? Shall we start translating? Wait a minute, let me reattach myself to the transportation ring.
Flying just to the west of Peru from northwest to southeast, the International Space Station, supporting the 268th spacewalk for assembly maintenance and upgrades in station history that began almost 25 years ago on the STS-88 mission that mated the Unity module and the Zarya module at the beginning of station assembly.
All right, I'm secured.
1 hour, 9 minutes into today's spacewalk by Oleg Kononenko and Nikolai Chub, they are about to make their way down to the Naoka multipurpose laboratory module. You see a view of Chub wearing the Orlan spacesuit bearing the blue stripes. This from a helmet camera on Kononenko, who is in the 6th spacewalk of his career.
Coming from the clear side, but still you'll be doing it head down. So let's do it the way we initially planned. Okay. So do you suggest to go to your side? No, but I can find support on the module here. My legs are now supported. Okay, when you'll be positioning yourselves, pay attention at the target on PHO. You need to position yourselves to make sure that this target will not be on your way. Yes, we see. Yes, but there is a small hook connected to the mobile ring. I think we can release it. Yes, so it's in work, and we'll reattach it to Strela.
All right, we have the mobile ring free. Let me move a little bit, translate further. And you will have this mobile ring, and I will hand it over, and we'll start translating. And I'm moving to your side then, is that correct? Yes. And where do you have this mobile ring connected right now? It's connected with a French hook to MLM. Great. Both of them. And the tether that you use to secure us to what's its status? What tether? The tether that's securing us to where is that? It needs to be secured with a tether. So once you get there to MLM, you will need to secure it there as well, and you will need this tether. Copy. Then Nikolai disconnected on the other side. Okay. On my, is it on my side or on your side? I think it's on my side. Right. Now move forward a little bit so that I have my second transportation tether. And there is nothing in the way or grabbing onto anything, right? On my side, there are no handrails. And this tether, I have actually reattached it to the mobile ring. Is it it? Is it what we need? Well, have you disconnected the mobile ring? Well, I found some markings on the tether, so... Okay, you've got it? I did. I've got it now. And I am rotating. We're on the same side now.
This is Mission Control Houston, 1 hour 13 minutes into the spacewalk. Kononenko and Chub about to make their way to the Naoka multipurpose laboratory module, setting up all of the equipment that they have removed from the Poisk module airlock, attaching it with the appropriate tethers, securing all of that equipment, a mini synthetic radar aperture science payload, and a device that will deploy a nanosatellite called Parus, a solar sail technology satellite, once it is mounted on the body of Naoka a bit later in today's spacewalk.
All right, I'm pushing the ring.
Once they are at Naoka and have secured the equipment at that point, the two cosmonauts will be preparing to do the work on the external radiator that leaked back on October 9th. Kononenko will move to the coolant fluid servicer, that's a coolant reservoir at the Naoka module, while Chub positions himself at the interface where the external radiator is mounted on the body of Naoka itself. The external radiator is the one that leaked back on October 9th. The Naoka module still being cooled, however, in normal fashion through its body radiators that it launched with back in May of 2010 on the STS-132 mission. The objective today is to isolate the external radiator from those coolant loops so that the prime radiator, the body radiator on Naoka, can continue to be operated in normal fashion to provide the coolant and the cooling capability necessary for the multipurpose laboratory module.
All right, move forward now. Okay. All right, I'm translating. Everything's nominal. All right, we need to push it a little bit further, right? Correct. Push it a little bit more. But use your judgment there. Can't see really. All right, so this tab, try and move it in this position and decide whether you need to do that. And I'm not seeing, and secure it to the handrail. All right, secure it to the ring. Sergey. Well, the beam itself is floating a little bit.
Today's timeline was revised over the course of the past few days to enable the two cosmonauts to attend to that external radiator, isolating it from the rest of the cooling system on Naoka, ensuring that it can be resurfaced at a later date once the leak is identified, the leak location is identified, and repaired at some point in the future.
Nikolai, where is the talking over each other? Okay, stop. The STU itself? No, that's not it. One is down under my blue one, and you go over. And the radiator? Okay, there it is. Okay, we have STU secured. Copy. To where? To the beam. Okay? To the handrail. Okay, I see. Now, We need to install the mobile ring. A link. How do you want me to push it a little bit further? Because otherwise you'll be walking straight into the radiator. Maybe a little bit. It seems like we should move it a little bit. Use your hands, Nikolai. All right. Have you freed up this flag or tab? One is closed. And what's the configuration that it's supposed to be? Well, you need
While
to
the
have it in
two cosmonauts continue to work outside, and their activities being monitored by fellow cosmonaut Konstantin Borisov inside the Russian segment of the station, the 4 USOS crew members, Station Commander Andy Mogensen of the European Space Agency, NASA astronauts Jasmine Mogbelli and Laurel O'Hara, and Japan Aerospace Exploration Agency astronaut Satoshi Furukawa are proceeding into their pre-sleep period, their work for the day having been completed, as their crewmates continue to work outside, as they will for the better part of the next 6 hours or so.
We need to make sure the retainers are in the correct configuration. Okay? Now, we need to rotate it. Okay, 90 degrees. What does it look like? Hold it a little bit and we'll install it. And now we need to do... Okay, there it is. Are you okay to work it yourself, or is it up to me? Well, we need to remove it and install it to MLM. All right, I'm going to hold the mobile ring. Nope, not that one. The one that's secured to the mobile ring. It needs to be installed to the MLM. Well, and the second one is the same. Why do you want me to put it there? Well, I'm holding it with my hand right now. What tether? It's the transportation tether for mobile ring. With the mobile ring. Right, there you go. Unintelligible. Now we're going to turn it around so that it's in a better position. You got it? I got it. And let me secure it to the ring. Okay, got it? And now it needs to be tight too. All right, now it's installed. Close it. Hold it. And you see, it's too tight in front of me. So, do you want to go to 4101? We need to have it completely open. You got it? I got it. I think it's installed. Go up a little bit and turn it up. I'm turning. Let's try so that it doesn't turn me. And try like this. Install the lock. Is it closed? It's too early to work with the fixture. Do you want us to have it closed so that there is no gap? Right. Only once you close the lock on the attachment fixture. And Sergey, honestly, we can't see what's open and what's closed, and the stopper is what? And the stopper is well, is it on both sides? So it doesn't really matter how we turn it, right? Just a little bit more. Closed. Closed. Stopper's there. The stopper. Just make sure. See if you can turn the handle. Well, it's kind of easy. And I've installed the stopper. Sergey? All right, we now have it secured with a lock on the ring. Good. Can you inspect it? Yes. I'm not seeing anything strange. Okay, let me move further. Now, Oleg, you're translating to error, but go above. And Nikolai, I'm going a little bit back. All right, I got away. Out of the way. Sergey, this stopper that's holding Strela to the handrail, maybe we can use it still. Because the Strela is swinging. Well, the stopper that you are holding, it needs to be in the closed
For those just joining us in our coverage of Russian Spacewalk 61, the 268th spacewalk, in support of space station assembly maintenance and upgrades, Oleg Kononenko and Nikolai Chub opened the hatch to the Poisk airlock at 12:49 p.m. Central Time, 1:49 p.m. Eastern Time. An hour and 26 minutes ago, made their way outside of the airlock, set up tools and tethers, brought outside with them a pair of scientific payloads, a radar synthetic aperture system, and a nanosatellite called Parus, which will test solar sail technology. They have been configuring all of the tethers to secure that equipment while they make their way down to the Naoka multi-purpose laboratory module to take their respective positions and begin the work to configure a series of valves that will isolate a leaked external radiator on Naoka that was installed during a previous spacewalk on Expedition 69 back in May and filled with coolant a month later that leaked that coolant back on October 9th. The plan today is to isolate that radiator from the rest of NAOCA's cooling system, which is flowing coolant through the body radiators mounted on the module itself, providing the proper cooling for NAOCA.
Look at that. Look at it all.
They also plan a detailed inspection of the site that is presumed to be the place where the leak occurred back on October 9th, to document it so that engineers can study possible remedial action to repair that in the future.
Okay. And I'm going to, hold on, let me tell you what it's called. It's the support of the gas dam beam.
The external radiator and an experiment airlock were first launched to the International Space Station on the STS-132 mission of the Space Shuttle Atlantis in May of 2010.
Right.
Where those two components sat idle for 13 years. The airlock was detached from Rassvet, the module upon which it was launched, and transported to NAOCA, where it was attached during a May spacewalk as well by Sergei Prokopyev and Dmitry Petelin, followed in a subsequent spacewalk by the detachment of the radiator, that external radiator, from Rassvet and its transport and installation to NAOCA.
At the air operator post. So now use the lower support on MLM. Well, I see 4128. Copy. All right, you have two hooks. Yes, Sergey. And I'm holding with my left arm to the Strela. How copy? Did you copy? Yes, I did, and I see what you're talking about. All right, I'm in the work area. Copy, Nikolai. Can I open up the MLI and have a look? Yes, KL1 and KL2 are your targets. All right, I have it open, and I see that it's across the piping. Nikolai, could you point your camera onto the oh, that's just the edge. So, do you see my finger, my right hand? I see your left hand. Left one. Hold on. And let me try. I don't want to move too much MLI here. All right, and I turn around. Do you see anything? It's better. Okay. They are across. I just don't understand what camera you're seeing me on. Hold on, Nikolai. The specialists are looking now. Sounds good. Nikolai, let's start with KL1 and KL2. Okay? 1 KL and 2 KL. KL1 and 2. Press down on the valve, turn it counterclockwise 90 degrees. Do you want me to close or open it? Counterclockwise in the to the open position.
This is Mission Control Houston. Nikolai Chub about to open up and rotate a pair of manual valves at the external radiator interface between that radiator and Naoka, the crew now in position at that worksite.
I repeat.
He will be opening up 2 valves on the external thermal loop bypass lines between the cooling system, the cooling reservoir, and the external radiator.
Well, it is marked. I'm just hitting upside down. How many turns? You just put it in the open position, put it in the 90 degrees.
Yes.
KL1 and KL, 1 KL and 2 KL are open. Copy?
Kononenko, meanwhile, is at the coolant fluid servicer, the reservoir, providing coolant through a pair of cooling loops to the Naoka module. The whole point of this valve manipulation is to isolate that external radiator that leaked on October 9th from the rest of the cooling system for the multi-purpose laboratory module.
All right, MLI and KR1 and KR2 are open. Copy. Nikolai, could you take the picture of the valves that you turned? Copy, will do. Let me try. All right,
so Chub has opened up a pair of manual valves to the bypass lines for the external thermal loop to the radiator itself.
And Sergey, I am taking imagery. Copy. And we are at a distance of about 70 centimeters. 70 centimeters is like as much as we can be at. Otherwise, it's not convenient. That's good. All right. Imagery is done. I'm turning off the camera. Now close the MLI. Copy. And I'm going to turn off the camera so that we don't waste the battery. All right, the camera is off. I'm returning it to its storage position. Camera is in place.
The next step will be for Kononenko to open up a thermal cover on a manual valve at the interface between the external radiator and the pipeline, if you will, to the coolant fluid servicer reservoir. That's the interface between the radiator itself and the fluid servicer reservoir. He will be closing a valve on that interface.
Remove your adjustable tether from the handrail. And
then we'll open a series of valves to basically reroute the coolant for the body radiator that is providing coolant for Naoka.
Well, this one is fighting back. Is it Kyle 1? 2? All right, I have the 1 Kyle and 2 Kyle closed. Copy, Nikolai. Now, go to USA and open the valves there on the USA interface. All right, I see 4, 6, 8, 9, and 5. Copy. And is it, how deeply seated or recessed are they? I can't really tell. I can try and get to them from the side. No, Nikolai, don't do anything. I'm not touching anything. I'm just like trying to show you a better image. Just raise your head a little bit and that's it. Now, you need to get the MLI flap from the other side, from the hydraulic connector. And you will start working with USA screws, okay? And I am moving to the other side. All right, do you need to check it to see it from my side? I see it. That's neat. You can't really recreate that in Hydro Lab. Well, you're almost where I am.
Now I just have to turn around. Awesome. Wouldn't it be easier for me to move over? No, you don't have to. It's just that my hook is over on that side. So let me move closer to you. The moon is just beautiful. Yeah, we see the moon. What was that? No, actually we don't see the moon. Oh well, trust us then. Behind the horizon?
This is Mission Control Houston, 1 hour 40 minutes into today's spacewalk. The work is a bit intricate at this point. The two cosmonauts working in tandem at the external radiator on the Naoka multipurpose laboratory module that leaked coolant back on October 9th. Nikolai Chub has opened a pair of manual valves on the radiator's thermal control system external thermal loop bypass line. Chub now is in the process of closing 4 valves, and Kononenko will open a manual valve at the interface between the radiator and the coolant reservoir. Basically, it's called a fluid servicer line, to complete the isolation of the radiator from 2 external thermal loops. Loop number 1 is the loop that leaked back on October 9th. Loop 2 is an active loop functioning just perfectly, providing the proper cooling for the module itself.
We'll give it a try. Okay, here's the wrench. The wrench should be in the closed position. So? Well, it goes without saying that you shouldn't apply too much force. All right. So, just to clarify, am I rotating it along the arrow to open, or is it clockwise? Can you confirm? Yes, Nikolai, that's correct. Copy. Nikolai, you're going to start rotating clockwise to closed. Copy. Number 3 is tightened pretty strong. I'm not going to tighten it anymore. I could, but it is pretty tight already. Okay, no need to do anything, Nikolai. That's excellent. Number 2. It is tightened well, and I turned it by approximately 10 degrees, and no need to do anything else. All right, Nikolai, go ahead and remove the wrench. Close out at this work site, and you're going to move over to the opposite side of the active attachment interface. Sergey, those 2 valves were actually along my translation path, so we didn't have to do that. Say again? I was saying, Sergey, that the valves, they are only 4 handrails away from me. MLI flaps are closed. And Sergey, for your information, it's not stitched up. It's just hanging out here. When I was doing operations there, I tethered it all, and it's not now. So you're saying that it's not sewn into anything, correct? It is not. That is affirmative.
The 2 cosmonauts working to configure valves that will isolate the leaked external radiator on Naoka from the rest of the module's thermal control system cooling loops.
I noticed that the second side is in the same config. All right,
We're at the 1 hour 45-minute mark into the spacewalk, the International Space Station, flying 260 miles over the Indian Ocean, moving from southwest to northeast.
Okay, so I'm on top. I am tethered on 4156, 4157. That's the handrails, and I do see the valves. Copy. Now you have to tighten the screws again. Screws number 4 and 5. Copy. So moving to closed position, starting tighten screw number 5, and I've turned by 5 degrees approximately. Copy, Nikolai. Moving on to number 5. Approximately the same. It is tightened rather well. Copy. Okay, you're done working with the attachment screws. Nikolai, do you need to take a break for a few minutes? Well, I can say I'm tired. I'm somewhat hot, but not tired. Because we have fluid connectors operations coming up, which will take about 15 minutes. So you can take a break now, because we're going to start rotating soon. So you were saying that fluid connectors, that's manual operations, correct? Yes, Nikolai, I did say that. All right, so let's take a look at it. Stand by. Wait. No, I'm not touching them yet. I'm not doing any rotations. I'm just checking them out. So they're so recessed, sunk in at this point, that they're not fully accessible by hand. All right. Nikolai, whenever you are ready, let us know and we will press on. Sounds good? Give me a minute. All right. Stand by. And I'm just going to tell you right off the bat that I will have to use a wrench. I don't think it's doable otherwise. Do you need a wing knob for the wrench? Would it make sense to use that one? Well, it's an option, yes. I could give it a try. It's not easy as well, using the wing knob, but I can try. So the wing knob is installed. All right, Nikolai, I'm ready. Let's start with row 1. Please install inaudible and turn it by a quarter turn. Quarter turn in work. Clockwise, quarter turn, clockwise. Copy. Going counter clockwise. Too close. Number 8 done. Copy. Copy. Number 9 wouldn't budge if I go by hand. Number 9.
1 hour 50 minutes into the spacewalk, Kononenko and Chub continuing to configure valves at the external radiator that leaked back on October 9th to isolate it from the rest of the Naoka module's thermal control system cooling loops. Chub is in the process of closing 4 valves to the coolant fluid servicer reservoir that provides the coolant itself to the cooling loops for the external radiator.
Number 7. Please go slower. Number 8, number 9. Go slower with what? What do you mean? Do you mean the time interval between them? Yes, that's what I mean. Between the rows. All right, so am I go for the next row? Yes, you're go for row 4. Okay, number 6. Number 7. 8. 9. Standing by. Copy, Nikolai. Ready for the next one. Your go for 5. Row 5 in work. Number 6, 7, 8, 9. Row 5 is completed. Copy, completed. Am I go for row 6? Yes, your go. The quarter turn, number 7, number 8, all quarter turns, number 9, quarter turn. Complete. And this row is done. Okay, copy. Am I go for the next one? Yes, go for 7.
Again, Tube is in the process of methodically closing 4 valves that link the external radiator to the coolant reservoir, called a fluid servicing reservoir for the external radiator. One more step in this process will be Kononenko opening a manual valve between the interface that the radiator is mounted on Naoka to the cooling system, to the pipeline, if you will, to the coolant reservoir, and that will complete the isolation of that external radiator from the rest of the module's cooling system.
Go for row 9. Row 9. Number 6, 7, 8, 9. Completed. Copy. Go for row 10. Row 10 in work. Number 6, 7, 8, 9. Row completed. Copy. Nikolai, take a break for now. Stop for now because we're coming up on the short LOS. We will be standing by until we're back to stable comm. All right, standing by.
And the instructions that you heard through this and through the interpretation from the Russian flight controllers in Korolyov at the Russian Mission Control Center outside of Moscow, to the 2 cosmonauts working outside of the International Space Station, to take a quick breather as we will go into a very, very short handover between satellites on our tracking and data relay satellite system. We're approaching the 2-hour mark into the spacewalk, running some 25 to 30 minutes ahead of the timeline at this point, as the 2 cosmonauts are almost complete with the isolation of that leaked external radiator from the rest of the cooling system for the Naoka module that is being cooled by the primary cooling system through its body radiators, the radiators mounted on the body of the module itself.
In work. 6, 7, 8, 9. Row completed. Copy, Nikolai. Go for row 13. 13 in work. 6, 7, 8, 9. Completed. Copy. Go for row 14. 14 in work. Number 6. 7, 8, 9. Row completed. Copy. And your go for row 15.
The space station flying 260 miles over eastern India, about to cross the border,
Completed.
moving toward China. On this particular orbit of the Earth, everything continues to go very smoothly with this spacewalk, which is the 11th out of the International Space Station this year, the first for Expedition 70 that began in late September under the command of European Space Agency astronaut Andy Mogensen. Mogensen, NASA astronauts Jasmine Mogbelli and Laurel O'Hara, and Japan Aerospace Exploration Agency astronaut Satoshi Furukawa are in their pre-sleep period, having completed their work for the day, while Russian cosmonaut Konstantin Borisov continues to monitor the handiwork of his cosmonaut crewmates outside from his viewing post inside the Zvezda service module.
19 in work. 6, 7, 8, 9. Row completed. Copy. Go for row 20. 20 in work. 6, 7, 8, 9. Row completed. Copy. Go for 21. 21 in work. 6, 7, 8, 9. Row completed. Copy. Go for row 22. 22 in work. 6, 7, 8, 9. Row completed. Copy. Go for row 23. 23 in work. 6, 7, 8, 9. Completed. Copy. Go for 24. 24 in work. 6, 7, 8, 9. Row completed. Copy. Nikolai, the subsequent turns on fluid connectors can cause the coolant to come out. Please be careful with that, and please make sure you're broadcasting your actions. All right, copy all, and you're go for row 25. 25 in work. 6, 7, 8, 9. Row completed. Copy. Go for 26. 26 in work. 6.
And with that direction, Oleg Kononenko about to open up a manual valve at the interface between the radiator and the fluid servicer pipeline, basically the coolant reservoir.
Next one is in work. 6, 7, 8, 9. Completed. Copy. Go for 28. 28 in work. 6, 7, 8, 9. Row completed. Copy. Go for 29. 29 in work. 6, 7, 8, 9. Row completed. Copy. Go for row 30. 30 in work. 6, 7, 8, 9. Completed. Copy. Oleg, your task is to close car R2 valve when I tell you so on my go. Copy. Nikolai, your go for row 31. 31 is in work. 6, 7, 8, 9. Copy. Go for 32. 32 is in work. 6, 7, 8, 9. Completed. Copy. Nikolai, row 33. 33 is in work. 6, 7, 8, 9. Completed. Copy. Go for row 34. 34 is in work. 6, 7, 8, 9. 9. Row completed. Copy and stand by for now. Should I tighten it or keep it like this? I do not see any coolant coming out. Go ahead and open car 2 valve by rotating it 90 degrees clockwise. 90 degrees clockwise, car R2. To open. Oh, you said open. Okay. It is open. The valve is open, and I turned counterclockwise. This is car R2 valve. Copy. EV elapsed time is 2 hours. Inaudible. Nikolai, take photographs of the connectors. Inaudible. Copy. I will take photographs. Yes, taking photographs now. Sun pass coming up in 3 minutes.
Камера включена.
The camera is on.
Так, видео пошло.
Video is on. Photography is in progress.
Выполняю фото-видеосъемку.
Taking photographs and videos of the connectors.
This is Mission Control Houston, 2 hours 4 minutes into the spacewalk. The two cosmonauts have completed the closure of external radiator valves and valves to the coolant fluid servicer reservoir. They've also opened a manual valve at the interface between that leaked external radiator and the fluid servicer pipeline. As such, the two cosmonauts have isolated that external radiator from the two external thermal loops that are providing cooling for the NAOCA multipurpose laboratory module. It is being cooled through its body radiator that's affixed to the structure of the module itself, providing the proper cooling for that module and its equipment inside. The two cosmonauts are now about to begin the inspection and documentation of the possible location of the radiator leak that occurred on October 9th.
Please inspect the MLIs near the active attachment interface and visually. I see the three sides of the area. I'm looking carefully, nothing to report, but there are darker spots on the MLI near MLM where it says USP. There is a dark spot on one side. And then, speaking of the other side, I'm taking video now, and I guess we can review it on the camera. Okay. Video and photography completed. Copy. Turning off the camera now. Nikolai, please take more photographs before the orbital sunrise, okay? Oh, all right. Inaudible. So the radiator is clean. I don't see anything. Let me show you. I'm going to show you. Is it right here? It looks very neat. Well, you were saying that there would be a lot of openings here, and it's approximately, what, 15? Looks fine. We are at orbital sunrise. I do see something near the valve, and it looks even, but there are a lot of them. Yes, it's a lot. All right, so Nikolai, keep taking photographs and videos, and also go ahead and close the valve for now. Oleg. Oleg, it should be in your area behind the radiator. Well, I'm actually holding on to it now. All right. And I will continue filming and taking photographs at sunrise. This looks the same. I do not see any traces of coolant. Same for the connectors. No traces of coolant on the connectors. And inaudible? Specifically on the connectors, while I'm taking videos, I'm going to be broadcasting what I'm seeing here. Black spots on the surface here, right here. Copy. This is the radiator, specifically on the radiator. And could you please take videos of other areas farther away? Yes, I will do that now. I turned around somewhat, and I see the pipes bending, and there are some drops on the joint here, 25 to 30 milliliters approximately. I guess you will see better on the camera. Where is it? Is it on the opening? No, no. I'm pointing to it with my hand. That's what I see.
Сергей, я могу переместиться к рту поближе и поснимать?
Sergey, can you show it closer where the foot restrainer is? I closed the MLI flap. Yes.
Nikolai Chub reporting back to Russian flight controllers in Korolyov what he's seeing at the suspected site of the radiator leak on the external radiator, reporting some black spots on the radiator itself, and the possible source of the leak along essentially a joint on one of the radiator panels.
Ты тогда можешь перемещаться на
No, you can translate to the boom. Yes, I understand.
Хорошо.
Yes, I understand the corrections. Okay. Visually, it looks like most of the openings are located at the base and less on the panels on planes 2 and 3. Okay, copy.
Chub is continuing his inspection of and documentation of the external radiator.
Okay, the recommendation is try to activate SITA one more time. Push the button. In work. Okay, that's the button that's directed forward, right? Yes. Okay, I'm trying to take photos of the backside. Well, you know, the feeling is that those holes have very even edges, like they've been drilled through. There's lots of them. Copy. Speaking simultaneously. And they are spread in a chaotic manner, but literally lots and lots of them on the first panel. On the panel second from the hull is less damaged, but closer to the lower part, yes, there are some holes as well. Okay, copy. I'm pressing with a fairly good force, but nothing happened. Before dawning, the suit we checked everything, and both green LEDs were on. Okay, Nikolai. When you and Oleg will be together next to the attachment point, maybe Oleg will help you to press even harder. This is the latest recommendation on camera ops. Okay, copy. Now, close the flaps over fluid connectors in work. I put away the camera and the wrench. Yes. I'm covering the fluid connectors. By the way, do you remember in Hydrolab we had a question about these MLI flaps? They are not stitched, and we were told that no, they were stitched, and in fact they're not. On both sides? I can say for the other side. But it can be ripped off, the lower part too. So I tried not to fully open it, but again it looks like it's not secured with the stitching. Okay, now we'll know that it's not stitched. Yes, absolutely.
2 hours, 16 minutes into the spacewalk, the two cosmonauts have completed their inspection and documentation of the leaked external radiator on the Naoka multipurpose laboratory module. All of their comments and the photographic documentation of the suspected leak point that leaked coolant back on October 9th will be analyzed by engineers back at the Russian Mission Control Center to determine a remedial course of action for that radiator.
In the meantime, while he's still on his way, pay attention to the GSM. We need to make sure that at the end of the activities there won't be scratching anything. Are you saying we'll need to rotate the ball joint? Or rather that mobile link? Yes. Yes, because in the area of transportation ring they can scratch. You know, I have a feeling that the drop became larger. Do you see it? I do believe that we'll take care of it right now. Okay. Prepare the towels to remove this drop as it appears. Okay, that's why we have towels with us in the first place. Oleg, let me prepare Strela for rotation. Oleg, are you there already? Say it again. Are you there? Yes. Yes, I reached the area next to the attachment point. Just give me a minute. Do not touch anything. I am rehooking. secure it? I rotated it. Just to make sure I will not grab the tether. Are you holding it now? Something is on the way. There is some retainers there, and we need it for the foot restrainers. So probably look at the upper handrails and bundle it up somehow. Work from the top. And use the clamp. Okay. We will work with it later on. Maybe I need to screw it together with the MMZ ball joint. We need to take care of everything at once. Otherwise, we will not be able to set the device in the normal position. You see the end of the boom is right here. Okay, secure it on the boom. Copy. And here, okay, we'll use this hook right here. Oleg, when you have a chance, please help with pushing the camera button. Well, right now, we are still working on the inspection. Right now, it's loose. We need to somehow hold it, because it will always be loose if attached to the attachment point. It needs to be tightened somehow. And the restrainer is in a closed position, right? Yes, all in closed position. Take a look here. Unintelligible. All right, I'm holding onto it. Do you see the video? It's green. No, the green is not illuminated. Check the titanium cable. Let me turn around. It's on the left. Well, we cannot connect it there. The caps are visible here separately. Yes, I brought them together to make sure they're not just loose. Well, visually the cables are connected. Okay, copy. I pressed it using 2 fingers. But when it was connected, or after they were connected, no changes. You need to translate to my side and then approach here. Okay, let me rotate myself. Yeah, just like this. Well, yes. It looks like it's been drilled. Oleg, it looks like you need to pull out the mobile link. Let me take some photos. Do you see the actual drop? No, not yet. Point it to the ball joint. And from this angle, there are even more drops. Actually, there is one more. Look at the second part. Yes. It's no longer just a drop, it's a flow. Yes, it's a pretty strong flow. I believe the towels will not be enough to remove it. Yes, you're right. Sergey, do you hear?
Олег Дмитриевич, а можете
Oleg,
на то, что вы видите?
can you bring the camera for us to see? I'm extending Strela. Gonna hold it. Yes, I'm doing my best holding it. I'm just, pushing it away from it, but it keeps retracting.
This is Mission Control Houston, 2 hours, 23 minutes into the spacewalk. You can see some coolant at the source of the leak on the external radiator that is emanating from the suspected leak area on that radiator, perhaps disturbed by the manipulation of the valves to isolate the radiator from the thermal control system loops that was accomplished a short time ago by Oleg Kononenko and Nikolai Chub.
Reconnected but close, so let's hook it to this gap spanner. Are you holding it? No, not really. I want you to move a bit lower. Otherwise, the tether is on the way. Okay, now I reconnected the tethers, and now I need to rotate and go up.
You can see the coolant at the point where the leak was presumed to have emanated, while the two cosmonauts work to secure other equipment for the installation of scientific payloads on the Naoka multipurpose laboratory module.
No. A little bit higher. Everything? Okay, now have you seen it? No. No. Tell me, to the left, to the right? Up. Left and to the right. Left and up. But again, the tether will not let me go up.
This is Kononenko taking close-up documentation of the site of the leak of coolant from the external radiator on the multipurpose laboratory module.
The flow selector MLI flap opened. Okay, now it's back closed again. Sergey, let me change my tether attachment points. Okay. Well, I believe the towels will not be enough here. It looks like it. Do you see it now? Do you see it? Well, we do not see from our camera, but we see it from the ISS cameras. You see that huge bubble? And it increased in size. It was much smaller when we used the towels the first time. You see, there is a tether here, and the tether is all wet. The tether on the mobile link, the one that is connected to the handle of the attachment point. Oleg, any drops reached the Orlan? No. But yes, that tether actually hit my visor. Okay. So now Nikolai will help me to wipe it off. Oleg, translate away from that area. Yes, that's what we're doing. What shall I do with the tether? Hold the wire tight. Move away. Move away and we'll be taking care of other tasks. Yes, that's what we're doing. Moving away. I am taking towels with me. That's correct.
Стекло вытер.
Okay, I wiped the visor.
Мобильное звено мы оставим. Мобильный
The end of the tether is all wet.
не трогайте. Мобильный
Do not. And we see the huge bubble growing. Did you see it? Yes. Do not touch the tether.
увидели с других камер.
Yes, we saw it from different cameras. Leave the mobile link in the same location. We are not taking it with us. Copy. Do we need to secure it?
Давайте мы просто файл снимем.
Let's remove it from the tether and stow the tether in the bag.
Сейчас полотенце туда не хочет.
Well, the bag is full. We cannot even stuff the towels in. No, do not touch the tether at all. Leave it as is.
This is Mission Control Houston. Just to recap, at the 2-hour, 29-minute mark in the spacewalk,
Well, right now we are terminated any steps of these activities. Go back to MRM2.
Так надо мобильное звено как-то.
But we need to secure the mobile link somehow.
Мы с мобильным звеном подумаем, что делать.
We'll think what to do with that while you'll be working on the next task.
following the completion of the configuration of the valves to isolate the external radiator from the rest of the thermal control system loops for the NAOCA multipurpose laboratory module, the operation to isolate the external radiator through the configuration of the valves to shut off the cooling system for NAOCA, one of the two thermal loops for that external radiator, clearly disturbed some of the residual coolant at the leak site and caused it to emanate from this point that you're looking at right now. That seems to have subsided at this moment, but some of that coolant moved toward Oleg Kononenko and got on one of his tethers that will be removed and placed in a bag, not to be returned inside the International Space Station. The crew is being instructed to move on to the next task in the spacewalk, which will be the start of the work to install a scientific payload on the NAOCA module, a synthetic radar aperture system. But you saw clear evidence of the coolant, any of the residual coolant that was left in that external radiator loop that was apparently disturbed in the isolation of the external radiator from the rest of the NAOCA cooling system, causing whatever residual coolant there was in that line to form a liquid on the outside and to move away from the leak point out into open space.
Be careful.
And you can still see that liquid that is formed at what is apparently the leak site on the external radiator for NAOCA.
Turn around and use the handrail. Well, secure the mobile link the best way possible, but we will take it with us only at the very end of AVA. Let's secure it facing down towards the foot restraint, because that will allow me to move to it quickly later on, and in the meantime it will not be on the way back to MRM. Okay, let's do it. I copy and I'm beginning translation. And then you'll move it towards me, right, Oleg? Okay. You want to secure?
So again, you're looking at residual coolant from the leak site on the external radiator on the NAOCA module that initially developed a leak back on October 9th. The cosmonauts took photo documentation of the liquid, which formed into a sort of bubble, and the bubble moved into a series of flakes that transported themselves away from the leak site
itself.
Oleg Kononenko reporting that some of that coolant got on one of his tethers. That tether has been removed and put into a bag. It will be jettisoned and not brought back into the International Space Station.
I tried to bring GoPro as close as possible, so maybe we'll see it there. Okay, I see. Nikolai, what's up? No, just looking. Yes, the drop was small and right now it's grown huge. Exactly, it looks like a huge lens. It takes the entire volume of that half curve. Can you use the tether that will later be used for security? Can you reattach it to the farther end? Yes, because then its length should be sufficient. Otherwise, if we'll keep it where it is now, the length may not be enough. So, you suggest this tether, standby one? Yes. Can you reach it? I'm not sure. I'm about to give it a try. No, probably you won't be able to reach it. I translated to the lower surface. Oh, it's warm here. How about the foot restraint? Does it sit properly? Can you secure something to it? Yes. Yes, you can secure to it. Okay. So this is... We are only talking about the length of the device that secures the radiator. This is a cable, and maybe we should run the tether under it. Go ahead and rotate the mobile link, and then I'll see what we can secure. So here, this is the lower part. Why are you talking about the lower part? It should be the upper part. Well, I was talking about the upper part, but no, then it will be on the way. But you may not be able to run it down. No. We need to remove that retainer from the...
This is Mission Control Houston, 2 hours 36 minutes into the spacewalk. You're looking at the site of the coolant leak on the external radiator to the Naoka multipurpose laboratory module, and a blob of that coolant that emanated from the leak site following the closure and configuration of valves to isolate the radiator from the rest of the thermal cooling system, providing a cooling capability for Naoka. Some of that liquid wound up sublimating itself and was liberated into the form of flakes that moved away from the radiator itself. Oleg Kononenko took close-up documentation of the leak site that will be evaluated by engineers at a later date.
I was able to remove it. Now it will be possible to
detailed analysis of any contamination risk following that leak on the backup radiator, this external radiator, resulted in NASA and Roscosmos teams agreeing to implement procedures to reduce any traces of coolant from entering the International Space Station at the completion of today's spacewalk. The two cosmonauts will be wiping down their Orlon suits and the tools that they've used to conduct the spacewalk very thoroughly They will put those tools and towels into bags that will be left in the Poisk module airlock, and an air filtration system will be activated for 24 hours to cleanse the atmosphere as an additional precautionary measure once the airlock is repressurized and the cosmonauts are back inside the International Space Station.
Yes, well, like this one, but on the side. It's exactly on the opposite side. Yes, it's next to the retainer. Yes, that's the one. Can you tighten it? No, not yet. Oh, okay. Now I see it. No, see, it folds up. Before that, it was just secured there. So here's my right hand. Push it forward and then a bit to the right. Now you grabbed it. So can you tighten it? No, no way. Almost. Okay, are you, did you grab it? Yes, I did. Now, you are perpendicular, now it's perpendicular to the hull. Can you rotate it? Can you rotate in a parallel way? If I rotate it like this, does it go away from you? Well, right now it's on the support, normal to the hull. When you'll be done with this operation, while you're in installation, please take photos of the radiator.
That's it. I got it secured. Let me pull it up. All right, there was a short dropout. When you're done with that ring, Nikolai, could you take imagery of the radiator? Okay, we have one towel. Do you want us to take it with us or leave it? Because it's not very convenient to have it. Unintelligible. That's good. So this mobile ring is stretched between the anchor that's installed underneath the radiator and the Strela boom. It's out. So the radiator is between the body of the MLM module and the radiator. Sounds good. All right, while you are still in sunrise, let's take some imagery and work already. We copied your call. And Oleg, could you also join in and take a few images? Because it would be good to have some of the thermal control system imagery from MLM. All right, camera is on. All right, the situation is pretty much the same. There is a hole. Well, Nikolai actually took imagery from there, from the anchor. I kind of crawled up and took imagery. And take imagery of the radiator as well. And it kind of seems the same here.
Unintelligible can be taken imagery of from below as well.